just give me 1 second there. I'm almost there. Okay, all 4 or 5 of you. Welcome to the Nantucket HTC. It's 5 o'clock on Tuesday, July 27th. And present at tonight's meeting are Diane Coombs, Val Oliver, Abby Camp, myself, Ray Poole, John McLaughlin, Carrie Thornwell, and Jesse Dutra. And no Steve. Doesn't sound like it. Okay, board. Just a couple of things before we get started. Anybody who wants to record any portion of tonight's meeting on their own equipment should let us know in advance. And you don't look like you're be talking in the crowd, but if you are, could you please go out into the hall? Yes. Oh. Sean, all the microphones, or just let us know if you can't hear, and okay, we'll take care of that. Okay, so I think the first order of business is to approve today's agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, regular board, this is for the record. On that motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we have an approved agenda. Very good. So,
Let them know that you guys need to do a roll call because Diane is participating remotely. Sorry about that.
keep forgetting. Okay, so on Diane's motion, Val Oliver.
Aye.
Abby Camp. John McLaughlin. Just say it, yeah, okay. And Diane on your motion.
Aye, and I just wanted to say, Ray, that my cab died and went to the repair shop, which is why I am not there.
Oh, that's fine, Diane. No, you said cab, right?
Well, you know, the van, the handicap van.
There are other cabs out there. Don't worry. You'll find the
No,
right.
none of them are handicapped. None of them can take my wheelchair.
No, they exist. But okay, so thanks for being here. That motion carries. All right, and now we're on to public comment. I believe Kevin, is that the order? Are we hearing Kevin under public comment or number 4? Okay, after the consent agenda. Okay, so we'll get to that in just a second. So the first order of business from which I need to recuse, so Abby would take this up, and Val needs to recuse. So you need both of your alternates on this.
No, I got it with these too. Consent?
Oh, right, of course you do. Well, you're to a 4-person board. I think that's probably still okay. Oh,
Thank you, Steve.
actually, Steven's here, so we're in good shape.
I can't sit on it.
You're not on any, okay, so Steve, are you in favor of?
Yeah.
Don, are you in favor of the motion?
I can't hear anyone but Ray.
Oh, hold on.
Here, hold on. No, I think some of them are turned off. Everybody has to make sure. There you go.
Can you hear me, Terry?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, Stephen, are you in favor of your motion?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair.
John McLaughlin, are you in favor of Stephen's motion? This is like marrying somebody.
And Jesse. is-
I do.
That carries.
You need me,
But that,
Diane.
Abby?
yeah, of course, I knew, yeah.
Are you in favor?
Yes.
Yes, okay,
Okay.
that passes.
All right then. Thank you. everyone, and it doesn't look like anyone needs to recuse from consent with conditions. So this will be the regular board. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
All right, thanks, Diane, on that motion. Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
John? Thank you. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, now, this is the moment that we really have all been waiting for. This is our construction guidelines having to do with signage. We had discussed and approved the idea that the HDC would endorse this proposal that Kevin Sign Committee, is that fair to say, Kevin? Yeah, Kevin and Sign Committee put together to sort of rein in the amount of signage that we see on our public roads. Anybody who's driven down Milestone Road is clearly aware of what the issue is with all the greenish yellow signs. So if there's any discussion, that's fine. Otherwise, I would like to take a vote so that we can let Kevin move forward with this.
Motion to approve.
Okay, fair enough.
I
Diane?
hate- I hate to interrupt,
Oh, go ahead, Terry. Sorry.
but the reason you're here is because it was supposed to be a public hearing.
Yes.
Before you can open that public hearing, you have to rescind, I hate to say this, have to rescind that prior vote. Then you declare it open and you can revote it
We have to rescind the vote that we took
from June 15th.
notice. Okay, so that requires a motion, does it not?
I make a motion to rescind the vote of 6/15/21.
Does that sound right to you, Terry?
Yes,
Okay,
perfect.
okay. And I can have the regular board vote on that one, right?
Yes,
Okay, so Diana's just made a motion to rescind the earlier vote that we took on that. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John. Thank you. And Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
I'm in favor. And now we can basically do the new vote, correct?
well, you need to allow any public there that might have comments. So you kind of have to declare the public hearing open, ask for public comment. If there is none, then you close the public hearing, then you can revote.
Okay, so I think I got that from both you and Stephen. So we need to open a public hearing on this. So you need a motion.
You don't need a motion. The chair declares it open.
Okay, so can one of you make a motion to open the public hearing?
I make that motion.
Thank you, Val. On the motion, Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John. Thank you, Val, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So now the public hearing is officially open. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this subject?
Okay.
You sure now?
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
All right. Diana's made a motion to close the public hearing on that motion. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John. Thank you. Diane,
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. So
Now you can do it.
I think we can vote, right?
Yeah, now you can make the same vote you made before.
Sure about that, Terry.
You've crossed your Ts and dotted your.
All right. Can somebody give me a motion?
I make a motion to vote on the book amendment to construction and site guideline.
Perfectly worded, Diane. Thank you so much for that motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John. Thank you. Diane, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, that was exciting. I learned a lot just now. Okay, now we're on to old business. Or I should say, the Matt McKecker now. Okay. First up, 31 Fairgrounds. If we look at our agendas, we will see that I'm on this. John is on this. Diane is on this. Val and Stephen, all of whom are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay. So Matthew.
Okay,
did
Thank you, Mr.
scan
Chair.
Something out. Matthew?
I did not.
I have one here. Oh, do you want this one?
Doesn't matter.
Abs and I can share.
Not
No,
on.
no, I know.
Okay,
I just want to be up on the up and up.
but Mr. McLaughlin, you are on this. So you see what you got. Yeah. John. We're doing this. And you're on. Okay. Terry, are you hearing us okay now? She's muted.
I'm hearing you and Abby okay. I can't hear John at all.
Dean, do you have another plan
Okay.
for John?
I have 4 plans.
1, 2. Oh, he has it, but he just hasn't opened
I
it.
think I did it.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you're good, John. All right, Matthew.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the last time that you've reviewed this, some of the feedback we received was to eliminate the cupolas. The phrase was cupolas should take a hike. So we've omitted the cupolas. We've also omitted the exposed rafter tails, which I think was something that Val had requested. And I believe that we have changed the sash color to a gray and not a black. So I would only ask, as in the interest of moving the process along, that at the time of construction or maybe before, that you might reconsider the 2 smaller cupolas or, vents, if you will. The buildings were designed in a way so that they resembled somewhat of stables. I think that having those elements do help support that notion. By removing them, they kind of look like just a couple buildings.
That's what they are.
I'm sorry, what? The other change we made, Mr. Chair, was we changed the dormers to shingle, and the remaining portions of the building are the vertical V groove, which I thought was a great suggestion.
Can you remind me, was that painted or natural?
Natural.
Natural, okay. Is all the trim on this building natural?
Yes, it is. Yes, except for the sash.
Except for the sash,
Sashes.
of course, yes.
Granite.
And the doors.
It's black,
Um,
probably.
Okay. Changed it. That's it, right?
That's it, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. All right. Would like to stop.
I'll go.
Okay, thanks, Val.
I appreciate taking the cupolas off. I can see making an argument, Matt, for one in the big barn building. I think you can probably make an argument for it, but every building wouldn't have had one. And the historic photos show that they were really just on the raceway stand. So I think this is more in keeping with the neighborhood, with the exception of the vertical board, which I think should be shingled. It's better,
Okay, so the only
more in keeping.
thing that you currently have as a concern is the vertical board. correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Val.
I'll go.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Go ahead.
I appreciate the changes that have been made. I agree with Val as to the board groove on the front. I don't think that it's in keeping there. So other than that, I appreciate the changes that have been made, and I'm okay with it.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Diane. John, are you ready? No? Oh, well, I'm not sure that I would like you to, can you just review it and see how you like the change? Okay, thanks. Emma, I'll get back to you. I was gonna have Stephen show you the drawings, but now I want to ask Stephen's opinion of this.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, that's not correct. I appreciate the changes. I think a little bit of simplification goes a long way, and I would, the only comment I have on potential changes, I would like to see. Have the opportunity.
I can't hear Stephen.
I appreciate the changes.
I hope to have my only comment on any change, future changes is I hope to have the opportunity to review cupolas. Thank you. You mean they're
Multiple.
in the future?
Meaning that you were kind of in favor of them here, or?
Yeah, I think it would be all
Oh,
right.
okay.
I drove around the Mid-Island area and
I
they're
get it. I just
they're-
wanted to be clear.
on the grocery store, on the post office.
Yeah, they do exist, for sure. Okay, Stephen, thank you. Any comments on this one, John?
No, it's not one wrong meeting right over there.
Oh, God.
Is not.
Front door.
Yes.
Very, very back.
Well, you have a few front doors, and I think that, Matthew, could you answer that question? for
Yes, Mr.
John?
Chair. So John, they would be on the west and the east elevations.
Yeah, so west and east, John.
And we just made them a 2-panel.
Okay, well, go ahead.
You're, well, I'm actually okay with this. It sounds like some members of the board would like to actually have the vertical board on the first floor go to shingle. So, I guess I'd be looking for a motion of some kind.
Motion approved is submitted.
Okay, give that a try. Okay, on the motion, which is to approve as submitted.
Let's see.
West,
Yeah,
yeah, okay, let's just hold that motion. Hold that motion just for a second. So John, here.
no, window
Okay,
here.
here you go. So that's the front door, right there. Okay, it's a 2-panel. Right, and the window and door schedule, Matthew, oh, there it is, right there. I think
There's no
that's-
sizes,
that's your-
just what
that's
they
your
are.
front door right there.
Change it to a big roof.
This is the front door, and then that's a side door, and that is the roof, you're correct.
No comment.
Okay, so John, Stephen has made a motion to approve this as submitted. On that motion. How are you? How would you like to vote? You want me to come back to you?
Wait a minute.
Yeah. I'm asking you how you'd like to vote. Stephen has made a motion to approve this as submitted. Tick tock, brother. Tick tock.
Oh, here we go
Yeah, yeah,
again.
tick tock.
Well,
I'm gonna-
apparently it'll fit the neighborhood. It's not fair for them. Not fair, I don't think it's right. Put in these, one door that has the lower panel. Over much wood there.
Okay.
And I don't know.
But are you going to deny them a building based on that door? Okay. What's your vote, Mr. McLaughlin?
Hey, everybody else voted?
No,
No,
we're
you're
waiting on
You're
you.
the first one.
Yeah, put it up.
I could go elsewhere. I'll come back to you if you want.
There you go.
Come back. All right, let's try this a different way. How about you, Val?
No, not as submitted. I'd
Okay.
like to see shingles.
All right. And Diane?
No,
Okay. John?
Trying to find it here. Wait a minute.
The application. Okay.
All right.
I haven't lost it yet.
All right. So
Yes,
John,
Yes, yes.
you're in favor of. Okay. And Stephen? Okay. And I'll be in favor of. I think that. I think. it's
Let's
gonna
just
be all
put
right.
vertical board everywhere.
No, we're not gonna put it everywhere. So that motion does carry 3 in favor, 2 opposed. All right, so next up,
Technically the other half of the building.
this one is,
Yeah. So it's building 1 and
okay,
building
so
8.
listen, guys, to simplify this, this is basically the twin for the building that we just approved.
We just voted on this and.
Mr. Chair, could I also just make a quick comment to Val? Val?
Yeah.
Val, I just want to let you know that the intent, the only two buildings on this site that would have the barn board are these two, this structure, which I think is going to be viewed as one,
And the barn.
and then the barn. And that was by design. So that those would be the only two structures that literally had barn vernacular. And I know it's completely concocted, but the idea was that these structures are kind of stable buildings or were stable buildings, and that the other structure was a large scale barn. All the other structures essentially are kind of infill, with the exception of one of the structures that was intended to be like the farmhouse. So
I get it.
I just wanna
The
know that-
barns that were there were shingled, but I'm more concerned with the opening up the bigger picture, but my constituents aren't, so you got it.
well, I very much care what
Everybody's
you,
gonna want
your
vertical
opinion.
board.
So
Well, I care about having the
We
wood on.
voted on it, so let's move.
I got you.
All right.
There was precedent for it.
He's not the only one. Two votes.
Diane, what did you say?
I said, I am not for having that board either. I want to see it shingled, so
No, I know. Val understands that.
I do.
Actually, I think we all understand that. Thank you. It's the bottom.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
changed, it used to be on the
Right, right, right.
dormers too, and you got rid of it there and shingled that. Okay, any discussion on this, or should we make a motion? Oh, go ahead.
I think it's terribly unfair. These are handsome buildings. They're appropriate for the area. And not directed at anyone, but I think it's terribly unfair that we're singling out the first story of these buildings, which are over 100 feet from the road, that will be screened by landscaping, in a setting that is appropriate to have a barn board look, when historically this commission has approved two-story structures with barn board in areas that never had. So I'm in favor of this. And when you're ready, I'll make a motion to approve and submit it.
You know, interesting, we have a slightly different board here, I just noticed, but okay, so if there, is there any further discussion on this twin building for building number one that was just approved, or should we move to a motion?
Next is 8, and it's the twin attached. So
No, that's what we're voting on now.
We just.
Which?
8.
8,
Yeah,
is that the
and-
one
and
I'm
you
on?
are on it.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay,
sorry, could you, what was your motion? Could you repeat the motion?
I don't believe he's actually made one yet.
Oh, okay.
Stephen,
Motion to
did
approve
you-
is submitted.
Okay, so there it is. Stephen has made a motion to approve as submitted. So on Stephen's motion,
Does that have the steeple on it?
No. they
Cupola,
took the
no.
cupolas off.
no, Kupola's gone. Kupola's gone, and he got rid of the shingle on the dormers, so it's only on the first floor and on the gable ends. So, okay, here we go. Diane,
can you tell me what the motion is? It's very hard to hear you.
me?
It's hard to hear
With the motion.
Steve, whoever made the motion.
Yeah, okay, so Stephen made a motion, just like the other one, number one, to approve this one as submitted. That is the motion.
That's the B building, right?
8.
It's actually building number 8, but it's the one
Yeah.
that's connected to building number 1 and looks the same.
Right. But the front seems to be different, so at the moment, I would go along with the,
You're gonna go along with the motion?
yeah,
Okay,
yes,
that was a yes?
yes.
Okay, thank you. So Diane's in favor, Abby.
Aye.
Abby's in favor, John on the motion.
This is building number 8.
This is building number 8, which is exactly like building number 1.
Yeah, not your old street, huh?
It is not, you're correct. Okay, so you're in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I will be in favor of, so that motion carries. Okay, now, building number 2. Back, Kadeem, to you. Oh, and here's just, that's the signed version.
This is 8.
Yeah, here. Okay, Matthew, you want to tell us what we're doing here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you actually looked at this building last week, I believe, or the week before. And so we made a number of changes based on the initial review, dropping the ridge height, John, so that the meeting rails would align. We changed the second floor shed dormer to a gable because we just thought it was more sympathetic to the overall composition. We changed the front doors to 4-panel. We removed the curved brackets, which was something that John had mentioned as well. So I think that generally everybody was okay with this building. The discussion then shifted to the vegetative buffer that runs along the adjacent property line. And so on the cover sheet, we provided a detail of what that would be in terms of the board fence, and then also the alternating tree species. And I believe one's an arborvitae and the other one is a yeah, sweet gum tree. I am not a arborist, but apparently these are two vertical dense, trees, but it's also not just one species of tree that's just repeated. We thought that this alternating sequence would be most appropriate. And I know that Mr. Cassidy's been in touch with the abutting property owners, and I think that their preference would be to have the fence facing them, because we also discussed the idea of putting a vegetative buffer on both sides of the fence. And from what I understand, the butters would prefer just a fence on their side of the property. And then to comply with the planning board requirement, this is the solution that we're proposing for this portion of the property line. So that's all I have.
Okay. Now, so to be clear on this one, I think, so just so there's no misunderstanding, Matt provided the planting stuff because it was tied with the approval for this building on lot 2. So we're not, at this time, we're not actually approving the fence, which is bubbled.
Correct.
That's not part of this application. That's going to be part of a landscape application.
Yes.
So I think that there was some concerns among the board members about what exactly was going to happen there. So the approval of, what's the number of this building, Matthew?
Building 2. So the buildings are
Building-
the lot numbers.
building 2. Okay, the approval of building 2 is contingent on the planting, but we're not like approving the fence and all that stuff at this time. We're going to be approving a planting and fencing and hardscape plan that would include the parking and all those other things that people want to review. So that's that. And who would like to start
Can
on?
I clarify something?
Yeah, of course, Jen.
So Matt, where it says lot 10 with the driveway, is that, why is that called a lot?
I think it has to do primarily with the way that they created the subdivision. So it's a series of different lots. So yeah, ironically, lot 10 and lot 9 are basically driveway access
Right.
points, if you will. Lot 11 is the green. And that's where the building numbers come from. So lot 1 and lot 8 are the buildings that we just approved. And that's the way that they were numbered before we got involved. So
Okay.
It's
And
just a
lot
function of-
11 is the open space.
correct.
So this fence, does it just, I know we're talking about the architecture, but I just want to make this clear. On the left-hand side of lot 11, does the fence go down that driveway as well, or is that open?
I think that would want to, I would think that we would, but I also would keep the door open for it, maybe like dropping down to potentially a 3-foot fence at some section. So we concentrated specifically on this one property line as it relates to lot 2. We are working towards getting a comprehensive landscape plan, but I knew that the conversation, everyone was very concerned about what this would look like. And this is where we're going to land. So
Right. So Mike, moving further ahead towards the landscape plan, I think it would be nice to stop that fence. You have a nice open area with vegetation. There's no need to do like a fence, make it a fort.
right, like a stockade.
Okay. All right. So,
Including the other.
so architecture, I was fine with it before, so.
Okay. You want to say something? Billy?
Do we need to talk any more about the fence?
No, I'm going to make a comment on it.
So I would like to
Wait.
say a couple of things real quickly.
Billy,
Yes.
before we get into the issue of the fence, which is not really what we're talking about, the fencing there, this was only about the fact that lot 2 is right next to the neighbor. There's request for screening and all that. So Matthew provided that to us. I don't think we need to stay on that so much, but I would like, you can address, it sounds like Stephen might have a question on the fencing. Do you want to go next, Stephen?
Yeah, I think this is, look, I think the events, there was some confusion because two discussions with respect to fence came up in screening at the last next building. This one was actually held for a landscape plan to include the fencing and the screening. The other one, my understanding pretty clearly was held, we kind of evolved knowing that we were going to get the fencing and the screening, and that one was held just to have it shown on the site plan. So I think the reason that this is showing a 6-foot tall fence on the cover page is because that's what was requested. That's one comment. The other comment is previously on these properties, a 6-foot tall fence was approved in the area shown on the site plan with a dashed line, which is basically the back 40, not having to do with the open space, having to do specifically with where the structures are.
Right.
So that's another point of information. With respect to the application itself, I would suggest that it's appropriate to approve, if approvable, what has been presented, which is the fence in this area and the screening and the structure, obviously, of course, itself. And that these individually, that's a two-part, that is in part because it's included in the application and it will keep clear that this structure is approved with a fence on the property. We're dealing with these individually, in a sense, these buildings, application by application, as opposed to a whole site. And then that way the fence and the screening will track with the individual applications, which is consistent with our past practice. So this is really to the benefit of the applicant going forward. And then the other thing is that if they want to present it in whole, I don't see any reason with that at a later date, but it does keep a fence approval and screening with each structure, which again is consistent with how we've always done it. So I would suggest we would do that
Yeah, I hear you.
unless the applicant feels that they should do it differently, and then I would entertain discussion.
So I think I can simplify very quickly. Can I come up here and point? Take 2 seconds.
Diane won't be able to see.
Can I make a comment even though I'm not sitting on this?
I'd like to make.
Because I did the fence regulations. We require every other section to have screening on the neighbor side.
Well, now that Stephen's rolling
Okay.
it into the approval.
I was gonna pick up that.
Okay,
Okay, Billy, go ahead.
So from right here, halfway down, connecting to a fence that already exists from Laura and Luke's house. Goes to the property line. The fence starts there, goes all the way up over, stops at the fairgrounds parking lot. It's already, this is already been done.
By the
you
planning
guys.
board.
Yeah, no, by us.
By you guys. It's already been done.
Okay.
We are working on a comprehensive planting plan to
Okay.
address all of these things.
Okay,
And we'll
so,
respond for-
so we're gonna reapprove, it sounds like we're gonna reapprove the fence in the location that's bubbled on this plan, just because it's relating to this application. But, so you'll get multiple approvals for your fence. What could be nicer? Okay, so,
Ask a question.
yeah, of course, Diane, go
On
ahead.
this particular part of the fence, are we looking at the trees that are going along, or is that going to have to wait? Because I have a problem with the way the trees are designed. And I don't know whether that is going to be hardscaping or that is each individual house lot.
Okay, so they have identified 2 varieties of trees, one a deciduous tree, one an evergreen, that would provide.
I know what they
Yeah,
said. I don't want to see them in a straight line.
oh,
the-
all right,
That's ridiculous to to petition off this thing with a straight line, you might as well draw a 40-foot fence going up there as to have trees in a straight line beside a straight fence.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any comments on the architecture itself?
No, I think that we said that the little house was good the last time. And it's what I believe the smallest of them. And it's cute and it works in. It's just,
Okay.
that's it. I just have problem with the hardscaping around it.
Or maybe somehow we can sort of like divide this up a little bit, so that doesn't weigh down the,
Architecture.
weigh down this approval, you know, the fact that the trees are in line and the plan doesn't want that. Let's see, so Stephen's spoken.
I actually
Ann
have-
spoke. Oh, you have more to say? Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
go ahead.
So have we, now having clarified the fence and the screening as part of the application, I was going to make the point Commissioner Oliver made, which is just simply to plant some type of a vining material on the opposite, the neighbor's side. You can plant it through the bottom of the fence, little opening. We typically go every third section, like a climbing hydrangea or some other plant material that isn't going to pull the fence down, like a Baltic ivy would. And the other thing was that with respect to the comment about these being in a straight line, would be just to simply stagger the planting as most landscapers will do regardless of how it's drawn on a site plan. And then lastly, those sweet gum trees, you probably benefit from using a sentinel due to the structure being so close. But I think that given those conditions, this is wholly approvable and ready to roll.
Go ahead.
In what, off of what Diane's complaint is, and what you just said, I think it's easy to, on the corner there, that's closest to the road, make the trees in a natural way, turn that corner, and then where the bicycle rack is, turn it in, so you stop that, a straight line. So it goes around that corner towards the road, goes back and staggers, goes into the bike rack and comes around, so you don't get a straight line like that.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I just get clarification? Because I'll tell them. So Abby, you're talking about the streets? Yeah, right there. Okay. So just a small cluster wrap the corner and make it a little more staggered. Okay, thank you.
John, do you have anything you would like to say on this application?
Yes.
Right.
East elevation, that's on A201. Left side. There's a gable roof between the two buildings. Right, gable roof.
It's a cut.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
It's
reading it here,
it's cut through the roof.
5-inch.
Right. It's between the two buildings.
We could make it steeper if you felt that's
He's one. Roof pitch?
Change to a 6.
no problem.
Okay, he says fine. Thank you, John.
You got it.
No. Okay, I would say that the sweet gums are planted too close together, but I'm not. So anyway,
Hence the sentinel variety, because they'll be perfect.
okay, good. I didn't see sentinel variety.
They'll,
Okay,
that's even better.
all right, so, all right, so does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted, subject to a revision through staff, which is near the bicycle parking area and near the fairgrounds end of the plantings to just supplement so that they're a little more naturalized in terms of layout and to stagger the plant materials versus what's shown in the drawing.
And
612 versus a 512 on the connector roof.
very good. That is the motion that's on the table. Let's see, on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
very good. Diane
Aye.
Thank you. Steve, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too, so that motion carries unanimously. Thank you,
Thank you.
Matthew. William. Okay, the next one I need to, we're on a new business now, and the next one I need to recuse from some solar. So. Abby, you want to share this one?
Sure.
I should identify.
Is it? Jesse, you want to be on this solar one?
Sure.
Okay, great. Would you like to present?
Sure. So this is, it's an add-on solar system to an existing system. You went louder, to an existing system that you've already approved. The existing system in this picture is on the right-hand side of this, right there, yeah. And it's on the back of the building and it faces away from the road. You can't see it at all. The new one is going on the lower square, which is a new garage. And again, it will not be seen from the road. It's on the back of the building, and these buildings are set far back, and there's other buildings in front of them that block them from the road as well. It's a neat rectangle. If you scroll down, you can see well, that's the view from the road that you can't see. The building isn't built at this point in these photos. Okay, so the array is a neat rectangle on the garage, and it's on a black asphalt roof. You can't see it from the road. I think that's about it. And it's on a secondary building.
Okay, thank you.
I'm totally fine with it.
Very cool.
It meets our guidelines for once. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Val. John, are you in favor? Are you in favor of the solar on this roof? Sure, take your time.
Thank you for the location.
I'm in favor of this for the record. It's Gray Avenue.
John, Gray Avenue.
Would you like my vote?
Oh, Diane, I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna show you how to preview.
What do you think, Diane?
I think it would work out and I think it fulfills our requirement of solar panels.
That's a yes.
And the question is solar going on, is it on the garage?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, the two others marked on the air plan here.
Yeah, that are existing.
It's existing now.
Yeah.
On a black asphalt roof.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, are you in favor, John? Are you in favor?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. I think gets approved.
Thank you.
Well, okay. Jesse?
Motion to, oh, did you make a motion?
No, I just said it was totally fine, but no, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Are you in favor of your motion?
Yeah,
Well, I have you.
I am.
Jesse?
Aye.
John is in favor. And Diane, are you in favor?
Yes.
Okay, that passes. I am in favor too.
Next up, 69 Somerset. Thanks. She's going to represent this too. Okay. Okay. All right, Karen, Somerset Road.
So this is on the dirt section of Somerset Road, which is heavily treed.
Mhm.
And the property, the building is blocked heavily with an evergreen trees. There's one little corridor, and if you scroll down, you can see on the right, it's hard, it's blocked from that thing on the right, but on the right, there's a little corridor of view, and you can see the new trees that the homeowner has already planted to block, and they're fast growing, that will completely block the view. In designing the system, we had to take into consideration orientation and shade. And if you scroll down a little bit more, you can see we have panels on the southwest and the east part of the roof to make it a viable system. The panels on the south roof are on the front part of the house. It is south, and that's why, they're there, because they're the best performing ones. It is blocked almost completely from view and will be completely blocked when those trees grow a little bit more. And I think that's about it.
Okay, thanks. You want to start, Diane?
Do I want to start? I don't know. I don't mind the west. I have a problem with the south. It faces directly. This house is not set that far back on the property, and it disturbs me to have it. I would rather see one of those come over, and whatever that roof is that's by that white skylight or whatever it is there, take them off the front of the house and put them over there, just on the other side of that roof, where you have that thing. I think they would fit in. It just, if we make a decision of what it shouldn't be, and then we come up with it every time. A lot of the buildings face south, but we have to deal with it. We have asked that they not be on the front of the building, on the front major main house building, and this one is. I have not a problem with the rest of it. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Diane. So you'd prefer to see the ones that are on the front, AKA the south elevation, moved over to the west?
Yes,
Did you correctly?
that's absolutely right. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby, are you ready?
Well, I was going to say that having planted those trees, I think that might do it for me as far as visibility is from Somerset Road.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Val, how about you?
Well, it's the front of the house, which is against our guidelines. I think I agree with Diane. If some could move to the west, maybe off the main mass, and leave the one, I could leave the ones on the lower secondary mass, because I think those will be screened. That would be fine.
Okay. Thank you. John, how about you?
The photo doesn't seem to lend any credits to where it's located. What I'm trying to find out is how many are they putting on the structure? How many are you putting on the structure?
How many? 34 panels.
I'm sorry, getting closer to that.
34 panels.
34.
34?
34.
Thank you.
So where are you with this? Are you okay, or do you have concerns? Do you have any concerns?
No, because the photos are, to me, they're deceptive, aerial photos.
Okay. Not sure what the takeaway is on that. All right, so I just have to ask the question. Would you be able to move some of these panels from the south over to the west?
We could move some, yeah. Which specifically are you thinking of? The ones on the right, on the east,
Well,
southeast?
obviously, sounds like the only roof that's of concern at all would be the south. And the south elevation, also known as the front of the house,
has two roof planes, one that has 4 panels on it and the other one 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 5, okay, 5 on that one, and then looks like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 on the taller mass. And Val, if I understood you correctly, you're suggesting taking it off the 11 off of the taller mass? Oh, no, that was Abby. That was Abby.
No, that was me.
Because our guidelines are very clear about the front of the
I
house.
understand.
If
You'll have to go to
the
the.
front main mass, and Jeff is a friend of mine, so this isn't easy. She
Yeah.
likes to come bring people in and do this to us. If the ones on the main part of the roof move, I would be okay with the lower mass keeping them on the south.
No, yeah. I understood you correctly. So Karen, hi Jeff. How's it going? All right, so you guys understand what the sort of like counter proposal is
I
here?
do, and I just want to say that you can't see the house from the road except for that one section that I planted 4 Lelands, and there'll be a
And
fifth,
you planted those for this reason.
absolutely, and there'll be another one coming, and I have to do some work on my house, so I had to leave a space for some machinery to come in. I mean, I'm gonna have to tell you, our yard is one of the nicest looking yards on Nantucket. And I don't care if it's south or what, you can't see the house. So once those trees get 2 years on them, you will not see the roof planes. And for the system to work properly, and I really understand the precedent about on the front of the house is askew from the street. It doesn't face it directly. And in keeping with the neighborhood, there are 2 other homes on our street that have solar, that have similar viewing issues that have been approved. So I would think that you might want to be a little more lenient on your request. And I understand with what you're saying about, being on the front of the house. But, there are exceptions to everything. And I think if you really look at it hard, you may decide that it might be a good exception. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right, folks.
Okay. Can't do this.
Diane, are you talking to us?
No, I'm talking to myself. Sorry.
Yourself?
Right.
Well, so I'd be looking for a motion of some kind here.
I would make a motion to approve with the 11 panels on the south facing main house moved over to the west.
Okay. All right, that is the motion. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John. The motion was to approve this, but moving 11 panels that are on the south elevation to the west elevation.
Here.
Can't put them where the trees
No.
are.
Already existing.
They could go up on the top. one.
No.
But where, the location of north, which way is north?
Yeah, the top. This is south.
South. Thank you.
Well, but there's a motion on the table, John, oh, you're in favor of the motion. I'm actually gonna go opposed.
I did have a comment.
Oh, okay,
My question, on old historic district, Nantucket,
yes,
town in Wisconsin.
right.
That's where I find these popping up in a couple of places that are very highly inappropriate.
Well, that's certainly not here. Okay, so thank you. I'm going to be in opposition to this because I do believe that this could have been handled with one of our little provisos that says that you're not going to be able to view the panels from Somerset Road when the Leland Cypress things go in.
Why don't we hold it for revisions?
Well, the motion did carry, but could we have a motion maybe
Well,
perhaps?
they might want to rebut. And
Okay, all right.
What is the point of having rules to follow if we,
that's where I
Well-
am, Diane.
Yeah, no, that's certainly why the motion was made that way.
And not for nothing, Jeff, we've had people get them approved and say they're gonna screen and they're not. and then it's thrown in our face.
And how fast do the trees grow?
Wait, okay. So there's a lot of different conversations going on here right now, but hang on. So the motion was made and the motion actually did carry to have these 11 panels that are on the south move to the west. That's what was just approved. Now, I think I could entertain a motion for revisions so that it would give you guys some time, rescind that motion and make a motion for revisions if you guys could mull it over in some way about the screening and so forth.
Well, I don't know what we would revise because the only revision would be to move the panels that you want moved to the west. We've already screened it, so I'm not sure what we would be coming back with except the same proposal. If you can give us an idea,
Add the
we would
fourth
happily.
tree. Well, but see.
But that's
this
a
is the
revision.
point.
Would you use the speaker, please? So I can hear you.
Sorry, Judge.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Everybody wants to hear you.
Yeah.
Go to the speaker, please.
Jeff,
Oh.
there you go.
Yeah, there will be more, another three trees planted. I just need to do some work on my house, so I'm having a machine come in.
And perhaps Jeff, you should have waited until that's done before you paid for the application. Why
Well,
don't you-
with scheduling,
don't
the
you
way
just
construction
listen to
is here, it could be 3 years before I get the work done. I'll
Right,
plant a tree and
that's-
cut it down if that would make you happy. The other thing is to make the system work, and we're all trying to scrimp and scrape so we can stay here on Nantucket with the rising cost of everything. I mean, I don't understand, and having been here for 40 years and been before the HDC several times, your hesitation. Rules are rules, but there's also a little wiggle room here. And I really would hope that you would find it in your aesthetics to agree with me. Thank you.
Well, maybe we'll see what the guy next door to you wants to do.
Okay. A motion was made, it was approved, 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Do we want to leave it at that and you guys think about it?
Well, they don't want that, so
Well, I
that's
know they
why
don't. Okay, so
there's always
Listen,
more than
you
one
guys-
solution to everything. I can't imagine that the West doesn't generate any energy, so. is it?
Okay.
It
what
might
Val-
not
what-
be, so
essentially
you
what
make,
Val said, I think is very, good, which is, we just granted you an approval for something that you don't want to do. Right?
she'd prefer us to deny it so she can appeal it to the.
No,
select
did I,
board.
is that what you were looking for, denial?
No,
I didn't
No.
think-
no.
I didn't think so.
No.
So I'm suggesting that we move to rescind that approval and give you a different approval that just has, opens it up for revisions. And then you guys can kick it around for a little while. Now that you know what the concerns are.
Quick question.
Yeah.
For a revision, give me some help on what you might like to see.
Moving them to the west.
Okay, Val. How about if I plant some more trees? Can we go that way? Is that a no-go for sure?
How long they're going to take to grow?
They're Lelands. In 2 years, you won't see them.
Well,
You know it to be true.
then we could fool around with the revisions for 2 years and see then when there's no problem.
I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
Okay. Essentially, Karen is aware that when we get down to something like this, it's either about moving the panels,
Right,
reducing the number of panels,
right.
or screening.
Okay,
In
okay.
terms of revisions, those are kind of the main types of revisions that you're
Okay.
talking about with solar.
okay.
Obviously, we're interested in our purview is visibility from a publicly traveled way.
I
That's it.
understand.
And
Crystal
so-
clear.
So if you can come back and either demonstrate that it's not going to be visible or
Okay.
is not visible currently from a publicly traveled way, I think that, that you get more support from the board. That's all. So, Jeff, I seriously think what we should do is go through the motions of rescinding the previous approval that you just got
Okay,
in favor of leaving it open for you to create and think about some revisions.
the only revision I would have would be to put some more trees in.
Okay, well, so
Can we do that?
Could we put that in front of you right now?
I'm sure that the board, like, where are the trees? We don't want to see these things. and-
What shows, it shows.
It shows them there. It's very clear. Come on, you guys.
Mr. Chair,
What?
if I may,
Yeah,
just
go.
give an off, you already have an approval on the books right now.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I
And
know.
they could, this is just an option, they could go off and install what you've approved and then come back later with a revision based on doing what was been asked to do, so that way they can actually get it going. And
Okay.
that-
Not only is that wise, but it also saves us a little bit of time. So shall we leave it at that? You know what Holly just said?
Yeah,
We made a motion, passed. Let's just leave it at that. And if
Okay. I can see that this isn't going to happen. So let's just go with the first thing. I'll move the panels to the west side and go for an approval.
We have it.
Okay,
We
good.
already have it.
All right. I mean,
So-
because
so,
I know that this is just going to wear us both out. And it's sad,
Yeah.
frankly.
Well,
And, you
Well,
know,
it is, and
It
it's
is.
awkward when you know people.
well, that doesn't have
community.
anything to do with it. It's
But
not personal.
We have.
I know,
rules.
I know, and I've seen how you've succeeded and failed at those rules. But thank you so much.
Okay, sorry, Jeff.
Nothing personal.
All right, so. Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to go back and get another view.
Well, it's
John,
already
John,
approved.
we already, it's already been approved. So they have an approval and now they're gonna think about what they're gonna do. Okay, all right, so let's move it along. All right, so now we are at 16 Golf View.
Can't sit on this.
Okay, 16 Golf View.
Yeah.
So,
Hang on one sec. So Val's not sitting on this,
No.
and so we'll pull in Carrie. Good, Carrie?
Yep.
All right, great, thank you.
okay, so we originally, you originally approved this project on the 16th, excuse me, the 6th of April. Since then, the owner has decided to put a brand new black asphalt roof on the property. And as part of that measuring and review, we discovered that we had room to move some of the panels that were originally on the west elevation to the south elevation. If you look in the top right there, you can see the original presentation from April 6th. So the revision here is we're asking that for approval for those panels that were on the western elevation to be moved onto the south elevation, which in fact, of course, is on the back of the property. The reason being that gives significantly improved solar production.
Okay.
So I'll go first. If you're-
Diane, I just want to make sure of one thing. So west, you're taking all the panels that were approved on the west and you're getting rid of them.
Correct.
And you're also taking the panels that were approved on the eastern dormer towards the front.
Right.
facing Golfview, and you're moving those back.
We're spreading those out. That dormer, it turns out that dormer couldn't hold 6 panels.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, got it. You're doing this. Okay, so that didn't have them, and now it does have.
Yep,
four.
yep,
Okay,
yep.
got it. Thank you. Sorry.
And none of this, just to clarify, absolutely none of this is visible from Gulfview Drive.
Okay, all right. Diane, I think you said you wanted to start. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
I think this answers our questions. And he's made an effort to move it. It's on the west. It's not on the front door. From it, the front door is, I believe, the north elevation or northish elevation. And as far as I can see, I have no problem with this, with these roofs, solar panels.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Karen.
I think the patterning is much better. In the front, I think
think the ones on the dormer are on the highest plane on that left side, and I'm fine with it as well.
Very good. Thank you. Abby.
I'm a golfer and I'm worried about the south elevation, the upper ones. I think the one on the dormer part lower, because I know there is some vegetation in front of that elevation, but the top ones, I think you're going to see from the course. So I'm not in favor of those. That's a public way.
Yeah, so I'm also a golfer. That is extremely heavily screened. You cannot see that from the golf course. In fact, that seventh fairway is significantly lower than the property, right? So it's the screening on the back there is very significant.
So I can't remember. Are you Tim?
Yes.
Tim,
Yeah.
in your pamphlet here, that there's you could have included a picture from the fairway would have been helpful. Because I mean, I can see the road and I know the road, the Gulf View Road, but it's, it's that south elevation I'm worried about. I would have liked to have seen a picture from that view. Anyway, that's what I have.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks. John?
Yes, I had a question. Previous application was approved.
Yeah.
And
Hard.
I'm not interpreting this right. Yeah. Reshingle, it will be flat. Are we gonna reshingle it now?
Yes.
Yes, that's why we're here. We're reshingling the whole of it. Yes, we're reshingling the whole of the house in black asphalt.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Diane?
I think it's good. I would vote yes on it. I think that I know the vegetation, and you can see it in the site plan over there. That's at the back of this house as it goes on to the golf course. I think once ages and ages ago, there was some question about whacking a golf ball and it hitting the houses. But if you look at what's built, you'll see the heavy vegetation. I really truly don't think you will see it on the golf view unless you want to take a view, Abby, and I would ask for a view.
Well, I'm not sure that's necessarily going to be necessary. I think I got everyone. I'm actually fine with this. And I do see from the aerial photo that there's tons of pine trees between the fairway and this house. So I trust that Tim is correct that that's elevation is going to be minimally or not visible.
Right. Can I
So,
make a motion?
yeah, if you want to, Diane, go ahead.
Let's make a motion to approve as submitted. I don't believe we've asked, I think he's done everything we've asked him before. So I would say motion to approve as submitted.
Sounds good. Okay, so on that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. John
Motion.
is to approve as submitted.
Thank you.
Are you in?
Yes.
Okay, John's in. Abby?
Abstain.
Okay, and Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. That carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention.
Thank you very much.
Timothy. And 14A Lowell.
I'm gonna let Jesse do the next one because they're landscaping.
Okay.
Just to keep him.
That's great.
Rolled in.
Yeah.
dialed in.
That's super. Thank you. Oh.
See this coming.
Yeah.
So Lindsay Congleton for the applicant. We've just got a spa in the corner, back corner, tucked in behind the house. We're requesting that small bluestone patio around it. It's pretty simple. We'd like to have a board fence kind of all around it for privacy and for screening, which I think is in character for the neighborhood. Simple stepping stone path, driveway. So the house in the back already has a pool, already approved.
Okay.
So the one in the back corner, it's actually a 16 by 32, which is bigger than this one. So this is just a little guy, and I think your visibility will be minimal, especially with a fence and having it tucked behind the house. I think the visibility from the road would be minimal.
What house in the back? What are we
Yeah.
talking?
So 14, well, I guess is it 16 now?
16 along the back.
Yeah. That one in the back. So there's already a pool back there and another house getting built.
And what is the size of the spa?
I believe it's a 10 by 15,
Do you know the size of the one in the back?
16 by 32.
And you want to put a fence, what kind, you want to put a 1x6 board fence completely around it?
Yep, all the way around it.
No. Not on low place.
Well, he means completely around the spa, not around the site.
Yeah, not around. It's so you
No, I
can.
know it's all around the spa, but you're going, the fence and the gate, every place else is a regular fence. We don't usually put 6-foot fences around a pool or a spa, so it's completely surrounded. There's no reason to have it with the house blocking it. You could go the other 3 sides, but I think that's too big to put into Lower Place, where does not have a lot of 6-foot fences.
Okay, so Diane, it's actually 5 feet high, but even 5 feet is 1 foot higher than what the code requires.
Right.
So, yeah, it's a 1x6. Those are the board sizes, 5 feet high. That's what he's requesting. But so your concern is about the height of the fence.
The height and surrounding the whole thing. When we put a pool fence in, it usually runs from one side of the building to the other. It doesn't make a complete square around the spa. You've got another fence up beyond it. It's
Right.
a little fenced in, and you've got a bluestone cap, which we don't usually approve. On the thing, I think that's
the
just
base-
my opinion.
Mr. Chair, I do have comments.
Each side.
Okay. Yeah, so we are going to hear from HSAP. Go ahead.
So HSAB reviewed this on July 12th. They said minimal visibility, but not in favor of a pool-sized spa in the old historic district. Too much hardscape so close to the property lines. Keep pool lighting to a minimum, not your purview. Stack parking instead of double wide for less impact on the street. Again, you all are familiar with this site. Existing 1920s bungalow went through the HDC approval process with substantial changes this year. From staff's perspective, this is a large spa for the old historic district. Too much hardscaping is proposed, which may be visible from Lowell Place. Just want to bring that to your attention. What are the other apron materials on the road? This also includes hardscaping for your proposed apron of a Belgian block. Just curious to be consistent with the 5 other lots on this historic street. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
That's an interesting question. So Lindsay, refresh my memory. How come you only have the apron bubbled and not the actual parking?
Was the parking already approved for the planning board?
Parking's already approved in the previous application.
Okay.
Parking.
Sounds like, okay, so you just need the apron.
Yeah, just the apron and then the area in the back. I
Okay.
mean, we'd be open to reducing the hardscape on the side, on the property line side when you're looking down.
And on the,
Sorry. I want to make sure I got that. I'm not cutting you off, Mark, but what did you just say?
On the right-hand side of the pool, we'd be open to probably trimming back that hardscape, if it helps.
Okay, good to know, moving forward.
and
Thank
if you want to move the spa over in front of the deck, I mean, that's fine too. We're going for the approval of the spa.
you. You mean to the left. Mark.
We could be in front of the deck. We have privacy. The reason we ask for the fence is just because it's a little bit private. You wouldn't be able to see it from the road, but I mean, if the spa moves over in front of the deck, we're fine with that too. And it could even be decking around instead of stone, if you don't like all the hardscape.
Okay.
I think either way, you're not gonna see it from the road.
Yeah.
And I just want to point out on the right-hand side there's an 8-foot privet that runs all the way along the right-hand side of the property. So we are proposing to put a fence there, but there is privet along that side. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's see. So Diane, I'm going to get back to you so now you might have some more comments and questions. But so Jesse, you want to weigh in on this?
Honestly, all the ideas and suggestions that both HCHAB and the board has made are good ones, but I don't really see it in our purview, provided we provide the approval of the fence, because you're not going to see it. So based on that, I'm okay with it. But I think other than the one question I do have, I see some marked elevations on the drawing, but I don't know what the neighboring elevations are. How's the elevations on the property? Is there much movement in the, I don't see any proposed walls.
We're just doing it through grading. and steps.
Grading steps, and the foundation of the bungalow in the front is out about 3 feet. So that is raised, so that you step off the deck 14 inches, 2 steps, right? And then you step off the deck into the lawn, and then that lawn and the patio are all the same. So
37 then.
sorry, it's a total of 2 steps, so it's 14 and 14, so 28. Because you're trying to get from the back door down to the lawn. So there's 4 steps, basically, 1, 2 to the deck, and 1.
When I said 37, I meant the elevation 37. Yeah,
37.
So what's the elevation of the pool and spa?
It's going to.
It's at 37.
37. It's flush with
Oh,
the
it's,
lawn.
so,
Yeah.
okay, there's no stepping.
Yeah.
No.
The steps are
So it's
coming in
not-
from the front of the house to the back, because the front of the house is at elevation 36.
36.
And
So
the
you're
fence
stepping up to-
itself seems pretty typical. I mean, I get the concerns with what everyone brought up, but again, I don't think you'll see any of this.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with HSAB wholeheartedly and Ollie's comments. I think we're forgetting what this neighborhood was and what it's sort of turning into. And I think, a lot of this is inappropriate. The hardscape is shoehorned into this lot. And too much hardscaping right up to the fence, right up to the property line. It's so insensitive to the neighborhood. I find it inappropriate. Too much hardscaping, too much fencing, and it's just too tight.
Okay, so they did suggest that they could move the pool, the spa, whatever you want to call it, this way.
I'm
That way.
I'm not sure
so
I'm
that this
in
is all
favor
freed
of a
up.
spa or a
Oh,
pool
okay.
at all.
Okay.
So
All right. John, where are you on this?
Yeah. I'm looking at the fence
Yes.
dimensions. Mentioned the apron.
Hmm.
That's not the bluestone.
No, it's it. It's right there. Bubble that right there.
This is 12 inches high.
No, the apron's flush with the driveway.
Go to the speaker.
Oh, sorry. The apron is flush with the driveway. It's not raised. The backyard is raised 12 inches.
I'm just asking if it says it's put on a fence is gonna be put on a 1 foot high.
Oh, it's not, John.
No, no.
Retaining wall.
No.
There's no retaining wall.
No retaining wall.
We're just doing
Where
steps.
did I see that?
Mm,
Yeah, yeah, the apron's flush with the road, but the backyard is raised up 12 inches.
Yeah, here.
So it's gonna have like underneath our fence is gonna be a little 2x12.
I can't hear you, it's okay.
Sorry.
It says 1x6 board fence, 5 foot high on PT retaining wall, pressure treated.
Yeah.
So that's gonna put it up to 7 feet.
No, it would be 6 feet total if you include the grade change. The fence itself is 5 feet.
1x6 board fence, that's 6 foot high.
The slats are 1x6.
Well, you're adding another 12 inches.
Mhm.
You're
With the,
going
with the,
over
with
6
the,
feet.
with the
It's
retaining at the
standard
bottom.
Height for fences, that's what I'm saying. Sure.
Right.
Trying to make a point.
Yeah.
I see, right. Why does it have to go up another foot?
Doesn't have to. We can make it,
We can make it all at
we
30.
can make it 5 feet if you'd like. I mean, it doesn't have to go, we've got a retaining on there, but it's all gonna be graded out. So if you want to make it a 5 foot or 4 foot fence on the 12 inches of retaining on that side, you know, that goes along with the 8 foot privet that's on that side as well.
Right.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Are you good?
What's your opinion?
Yeah, so I hear a few things here. One, the fencing goes all the way around to the property line. And Mark, if I'm not mistaken, didn't you tell me that a privet hedge already runs down the property line?
Yes.
So how can you have the fence and the retainage and the privet hedge all off?
It's not
the
his
same
hedge.
spot?
It's not my hedge. So I was just trying to make
Oh,
a
it's on
fence.
the neighbor's property?
It's,
Yeah.
the fence runs along the property line,
No.
exactly. So I'm trying to
The
fence
privet
in
hedge is on the neighbor's property.
the hedges on the neighbor's property, yeah. It's right on the property line, actually.
Okay.
And
So let me just finish with my
Sure.
comment. So I would like to sort of like to split the baby here. I would like to see that fencing reduced, brought in, and the hardscape reduced. And if you bring it over, maybe you would eliminate the need for having the fence sitting on top of a 1 foot retaining wall. Maybe you could just grade it. So
What's the retaining wall for? Is it the elevation for the steps?
so it must be a difference between.
to
the
be honest, I
finished
didn't see
grading.
the retaining wall on that side that they have it. I was planning on just doing a fence and not even a retaining wall on that side. It's all supposed to be level on that one side. There is no, because if I'm stepping off the house, I've already taken care of my grade. So I didn't see that it's on a PT retaining wall. I was just trying to get a fence all the way around, and 5 feet seemed appropriate. So I didn't see that it was on a PT retaining wall. Sorry, I didn't catch that, so.
Okay.
And I'm in favor of reducing the bluestone patio, you know, by quite, I was just trying to, you know, get a little bit, but I'm.
We're gonna
totally in
have
favor
you
of
come
that.
back and.
Could I ask a question when you have a minute?
Yeah, you can, Diane, go ahead.
I'd like to know how close the sideline where the spa is to the neighbor's house.
The neighbor's house.
Yep,
Uh,
there's a site plan that shows the house. It looks like right next to it. There it is, the blue.
So there's a locus plan, so it's basically where the spa is gonna be in the backyard of one of the people on. the
Right.
That
Well,
building,
we have houses, 4 houses, or 4 buildings, 4 sheds, I don't care what they are, that are all put together in that corner, which, as Abby said, people are forgetting what Lowell Place is. It's not a formal place, and it's sad to see it going, because it's one of the more charming streets with small buildings that sort of flow one to the other. Now we have an 8-foot hedge, privet hedge going down, and a 6-foot fence going around it. I think it's the amount of hedging
Abby is
and
recommending
fencing are
But-
too much. And I also mentioned before that we don't supposed to use bluestone caps. And it would not,
Well, but also find out what the other aprons are on.
Yeah.
Okay, so Abby,
Yes, I make a motion for revisions.
yeah, okay, so thank you, Abby, for the motion. On the motion, Jesse? Aye, thank you, John? Thank you, Diane?
aye.
Abby on the motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries.
Oh,
Thank
yes.
you. 3 Wind Street.
I'm gonna not be on this, even if you wanted me to, you probably didn't, but.
Oh, that's right, because you're still off, right? So where's Stephen? You're right there. Okay. You're on. Okay, hit it.
So, over here, we've got, it's a corner lot, so it's on the corner of Hedgesbury and Wind Street. Looking to get a pool approved, hardscape, there's some grading involved. The lot slopes from Wind Street down towards the driveway where the pool level is, so we're kind of splitting the grades with retaining. Not a huge pool, minimal hardscape around it. We're proposing evergreen screening from Hedgesbury Lane. And if you can see from the photos, there's existing really tall hedges that kind of already surround the property. So the evergreen would kind of help screen it from Hedgesbury.
Thanks. Who's in charge of the microphone volume, speaker volume? Can you turn it up a little bit?
Oh, was I too quiet?
Can't hear you.
All right. We all get
Nantucket. Towards Vestal and
Yeah.
this full.
Right.
And there is a precedent for pools in the neighborhood. I think almost every house has
Pools
one
in
in
the
there.
neighborhood?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're aware of that.
yeah.
Okay, let's see, who would like to start?
Around this one? Or is it?
It's Stevens on it.
Yes.
Okay, John's gonna go.
Pool and hardscape, right. My question would be, the hedges in the back, where it's located here, go off the Wind Street. He's quoted of Hedgesbury Lane.
Mhm.
Right? It's not showing any great photos of the project as projected.
Uh,
What's going around it? It's all hedges around everything.
It already exists. So the hedges in the photo, so those hedges all exist. So as you can see, they're
Okay.
pretty tall and dense. And so that where the cursor was pointing, that's where the pool would go. So in order to screen that view, we're proposing evergreen trees, which again, I think is in keeping with the neighborhood.
Are any of these photos taken from the property?
They're all from the property.
No.
Okay?
Oh, no, not from on the property. No, these are all from the public ways.
They're all taken from the public ways. So like this one, for example, is taken from Wind Street, one from Hedgesbury, looking into the site.
If that's the case, how would the pool be seen the bluestone patio.
So we have evergreen trees. There's some green circles, kind of, I think Ray's gonna point to them now. So we've got, oh no, those are the cherry trees along Hedgebury. I'm talking about the ones right by the driveway.
Oh, these.
Yeah, those are all evergreen trees to help screen it from the road, from Hedgebury. Those right there, yeah.
Structure between Glen Street and this house?
No, but there is going to be, there will be. That's why we cited the pool where we did, because ultimately there is going to be a structure.
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. Stephen, you ready?
Yes, Mr. Chair. My fellow commissioner and I were reminiscing when this used to just be a big field with wild loop on it. We didn't quite get to the fact that Nantucket used to just be a sandbar. But things get built.
And before that, it wasn't a sand.
Correct.
11,000 years ago, there wasn't even a sand.
It was a glint of
was a
sand
shoal.
under a glacial
It was a fishing shoal.
formation. So yeah, my only concern with this is visibility once it's in place. It's typical to the area. So I think subject to our restriction, not visible at time of inspection thereafter. I will comment that I think, looking at the grading, that there aren't changes. I do think that's something we got to keep in mind with pools. We see a lot of the grading change to lift those up to the house level, and that's sometimes problematic. That doesn't appear to be the case in this one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Abby.
Well, it's a lot with 3 sides, and you've got Hedgebury Lane, you've got Wynn, and then you've got Wynn on the corner looking in, coming and going. And I remember the HDC not long ago, we never okayed pools on a street. I mean, I don't know what happened to that. I mean, you either had a building in front of it, or somehow you would obscure a pool. I don't know what's happened, but so I think this is going to be very open. We can't depend on privet to hide it. And the deciduous trees aren't going to do much in the wintertime. So I think, although there's definitely precedents, I see them all over the place. I think this particular lot is not appropriate.
Good.
Diane, you're next.
All right. I would first of all just see what are you going to use for covering the pool?
To screen the pool or to cover the pool?
To cover the
We
pool.
have an auto cover there.
Okay, what's the big rectangle with little red whoopies all around it? What is that?
That's the area we bubbled in that we're trying to get approved. So the red bubble is what we're applying for. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I feel that this is, you are counting on trees. If you look at your pictures right now with the heads that you have shown on your bottom right picture and on the other pictures, you can see the cars. Look at that, the one with the flag, bottom right, view 1. You can see the cars right through the hedge. It is not blocking up anything. It's right there. So you can't use hedge to block it out because it doesn't. It is in the middle of the property. I don't know what you say it's going to be happen on the right-hand side, but the pool has to be tucked in to where it is not stuck out in the middle, and you're counting on the trees, hedges, whatever, to obscure it, because it is not doing that. You come right in that driveway and you look right at it,
That's why we've got the evergreen trees.
but they don't cover. You told me there was a hedge around it, all the way around it, but you can see through the hedge. So if you can see through the hedge, you'll see the pool. I just showed you that bottom right-hand picture, view number 1.
But we're not depending on the head. Oh,
Hey,
sorry,
Lindsay,
sorry.
Come on, let her finish. Go ahead.
That's it. It needs to be moved, it needs to be turned, or it needs to be tucked out and not square along the same line as the front of the house. The house is supposed to be the prominent part and not competing with the pool.
Okay, thank you, Diane. So, I was concerned looking at this because of all this privet and it's there, and you have the photographs, but the famous pool that's like at the dog leg of New Lane, the very contentious pool that is narrowly screened by privet hedge, even during the summertime, is completely 100% visible from the road, right through that privet hedge, and I see the pool right there. So I've sort of lost faith in the ability of privet to do major screening when it comes to a pool. I did hear you say that you're going to be putting a building over there between where this pool spa or whatever it is going to Wynn Street. Certainly that would be a more effective screening than privet and cherry trees. So I share the concern about the visibility through the privet hedge. So should we move?
Can I offer a suggestion?
So I want to make a
What if- What if we carried the Leland cypress hedges, how we have them like that?
You know
What if
what?
I carried it?
I'm going to tell you something. The board isn't really supposed to opine on
Mhm.
variety of vegetation. Privet's deciduous, Leland is evergreen.
Mhm.
Everybody on this table hates Leland cypress. Sorry, it's just
What about arborvitaes? If we switch them to
the deer
arborvitaes?
eat it. So the deer eat the bottom 5 feet of all the. So
They look like lamb chops.
Yeah.
they look like
Or
popsicles,
lollipop.
like the one in front, the
We
ones
could-
in front of the town building. It's like I feel like I'm in Candyland or something. Anyway,
hold for
I
I
would
think,
make a motion to hold for revisions.
I think that's great, Diane. Thank you. Oh, yeah,
Before we move it,
yeah, go ahead.
could you bring up the application, please?
The application, okay.
Not
Yeah.
that,
Yep, there we are.
the address is that,
3 Wynn
New
Street.
Stone Trophy. The outdoor kitchen. is what it's for, yeah.
Boy.
Cookout, right?
Well,
It's like a little
we're
grill
really
area.
focusing in on the pool, but I guess there's more of this than just.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is a motion. Diane has made a motion to hold this for revisions. Are you in favor of that revision motion? John? Yes. Stephen?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Abby.
Aye.
And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor of the motion carried. Okay, Lindsay, I think that's it for you for a little while. Excuse me, 50 Eel Point Road.
Hello.
Eel Point, we're just changing some windows. Is that-
We're taking the underground garage and not doing it, as you can see on the
Oh,
elevations.
Yeah, well, we had heard this from our landscape application.
Yeah, we figured the water table is too high and will cause, if heavy rain happens, it'll flood. So the water table, just no underground garage. So we
Right.
put, and
So
we,
you're
redu-
moving the garage door, we sort of knew that this was coming. So now.
yeah, and made it one bay smaller.
Oh, okay. Great. Hey, Harry, Abby's gonna give up the spot. So you want to sit on this one? Okay, great. So that's it?
Yeah,
No.
well, on the back, because of the garage is now on the first floor where the bedroom was, is now on the opposite side. And you can see right, yeah, there you go.
Everybody gets it, right? We got rid of the huge amount of retainage that was on this site over on the side. Oh, so Ethan, it's not really just window revisions. You're lengthening this single story bar.
So if you look at this, the floor plan, we have that covered portion. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm looking at the west elevation approved.
Yeah,
And I'm looking at the west elevation proposed.
right.
And I see that this bar to the right-hand side has gotten longer.
Right, on the original plan that was inside the building and it's two-dimensional drawing, so they're hard to see. So all I did is stick that on the back end of the, not that elevation, go to the rear. Yeah. So right there on the top, that bar is facing you, and on the bottom, because I put the bedroom on the opposite side of the house, I've just switched, it just sticks out the back of the house.
Okay, folks. Value, right?
I think the changes are in the plus category all in all. I do think that west looks like it has a snout. And I'm wondering if it really needs the roof, but that goes toward the rear, so I'm not sure that that.
Thank you. Diane?
I couldn't hear that at all.
Okay, so
That's because I didn't have this on, sorry. I said, I think that the west elevation with the extension of the porch looks like a snout, but it goes toward the back of the lot, so I'm not sure that that will be perceived, and all in all, the changes are in the positive category.
okay, Diane? Diane?
Yes. The neighbor next door is mowing his bloody lawn. So makes it a little hard. I think that what has been proposed to see is okay, comes within our acceptance of it. I don't see anything that hits me over the head. So I would go with it.
Okay. Thank you, Diane.
I was agreeing with Val, except I was thinking it looked more like the freight boat than a snout.
Such
But it-
complimentary.
Nice.
But again, I think the way it's cited, that will probably be planted out on Ranger Road, and I'm not familiar with Ranger Road. Dirt road?
Dirt road, dirt road.
Would everyone please make sure their microphones are on and they are using them?
Yeah, I think the microphones are on. I think it's the proximity of our mouths to the microphones that are a problem. What? Problem is, here we are with these big sheets of paper and then we bash the microphone and it makes all this noise when it's so close. Okay, we'll try our best, Terry. So sorry. John, are you ready? No. I think you're the last one. Well, I'll just say my say. That is, I think it's, as Val says, it's like a snout in positive territory. Oh, okay, yeah. Go ahead, John.
Okay. Structure is 83 feet long, that's a long building without a garage.
Yeah, that was already approved. That part was approved. So the stuff that's bubbled is the stuff that's, yeah, yeah. Okay. Motion, somebody?
Motion to approve the snow
There we
and the other changes.
There we go. All right, so thanks for the motion, Val. On that
Thanks.
motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Carrie,
Hi.
John. Diane on your motion,
All on my motion.
and I'm in favor of motion carries. Thank you. You got another one, 21 Amelia.
All right. Is that you? Ed?
Uh,
Oh, okay. So this one should be Stephen. Oh, no, actually, this one should be Jesse. You good, Jesse?
I'm good.
All right. Keep track of it real quick. Oh, so neither one of you needs that set of drawing. Oh, all right. You're sure. Okay, Ethan, let's go.
New commercial building, multi-use.
Oh, is this the lot that they're clearing over there now?
Yeah, it's next to Granite City Electric.
Oh,
On- yeah.
okay. Then no, it's not the one that drove by. It's down at the end.
Yes.
Yeah. What's,
I was wondering how tall it was.
it's 27 feet 6 inches.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought way back when they, not that this doesn't fill it, I just wondered, they had a whole bunch of rules, like home group rules, but they haven't had that many new buildings. And the other thing I do remember, because I was part of it, is new mailboxes being put up. But I wondered, I didn't know whether they had a height limit. I couldn't remember whether they had a height limit or not.
I would venture to guess it's 30 feet, given what's on that street.
Yeah,
What's the colors, Ethan?
It's gray, or it's on the application, but I believe it's gray with black windows.
Gray, black.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody want to begin on this?
I will.
Thanks.
I find that it's congruent to what's around it and the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you. Jesse, how about you?
How many apartments are in this?
There's 2 on the second floor, and then the bottom, right there's office space on the first floor with shop space, and then the apartments are upstairs. There you go.
Can you show me the road elevation?
That's right there. You're looking at it.
I have no problems with it. I think it goes with the area. And it's not even, I don't even think it's viewable, so, but I feel like just would add more character to the building if it's put some vertical board on those garage doors.
Oh, that the garage doors are
Other than that, I think it's the neighborhood.
not.
speak to that.
Thanks.
Those are very common doors in that area.
They are, I'm thinking of Hoff's shop. has those
Yes,
doors.
yes.
You know, whenever you go to visit the therapist, you look at these doors in the driveway, but they're, you know,
And these are all shop spaces.
shops. Yeah, exactly.
We can't hear you.
Oh, boy. Well, we were just talking, Diane, about the fact that in the neighborhood there are other sort of regular garage doors without any kind of V-group sheathing or anything on them.
Right, particularly on the other side of the street.
Yeah. So Diane, you ready to go?
Well, I think that it fits into the type of building that's there. There's nothing that strikes me over the head saying it won't fit in. That all the buildings are sort of that shape. I think the gables and stuff are given some interest, not just a big rectangle. So I don't have any problem. The stairs coming down, I guess, is probably what their technical second exit.
Second egress, exit, and they're commercial, and they're, yes.
Yeah. So at the moment, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, thank you. John?
Apparently this is a home as well as construction.
The- There's some apartments on the second floor.
Which one is the front door?
Right there, that's a front door to the offices and the apartment upstairs.
See, John?
Sorry.
With John.
She's pointing. And then the one to the far right.
Thank you.
Good. I'm fine with this. Somebody want to make a motion?
So I make a motion to approve as submitted.
All right, thanks, Diane, for the motion. On that motion, Jesse? Aye. Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, John. John's in favor. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
All
Thank
right,
you.
And I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. Okay. Is, this is you or? Lou? Oh, there, Lou, you're up. What? Okay, rotation would go to Stephen.
Here.
You're on the.
Oh. Gabby's not here?
She just went to make a phone call or something.
Oh, okay. It's none of my business. Good evening, Luke.
Good evening. Hey, how are you?
To the HTC.
Thank you.
Lighting next to me here. I felt like a leader in Cyprus.
Don't sit there too long or I'll just like overtake you.
Dear.
Yeah. Okay, so Luke. What are we looking at?
Well, this is a revision to a previous approval, and the primary change was this direction of the exterior staircase. The original approval had the staircase going in the other direction, and it was also, as you can see on the site plan, we showed some screening. We've added some additional screening in the case of it traveling the other direction, but that is one of the changes, which you can see on the south elevation. And when we did change the direction of the staircase, we reinstated the original windows. They remain as they currently are. You can see those clouded. On the west elevation, we sent a shingled wall underneath the existing upper deck
And to the left of the entry door on the first floor, we're keeping an existing single window, whereas before we had a triple door unit. That's, those are the changes.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Right.
Right, go.
I think that, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the changes are appropriate. I think that in some instances they're a net improvement. I think that the columns on the east elevation and the south elevation at the front door and then the rear entry to the deck, covered deck space are appropriate. Nice vocabulary there. And those are my comments.
All right, thank you, Stephen. John, you ready?
Excuse me, I didn't hear anything
Oh,
and my volume's up.
Barry. The mic is right here.
I didn't hear a thing and my volume is all the way up.
Well, I can assure you that we can hear you.
so Stephen, you want to just recap?
This is an appropriate design. Thank you, Luke.
Okay, thanks. John, you ready? Hey, John, I'll come back to you. Al, you ready?
I agree with Stephen.
Okay, good. Diane?
Yeah, I think that is appropriate. I don't mind that wandering staircase, actually. I think it is appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. John? What are you looking for, John?
Nothing to do with the deck. Get started. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can have a motion to approve this. So moved.
Make a motion to approve as submitted.
Well, Stephen beat you to it.
Oh, okay.
So on Stephen's motion, John? You're in favor of Stephen's motion to approve?
What was his motion?
To approve.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
Okay, Val?
Aye,
Thank you.
aye.
Very good. Abby, not Abby, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. And Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, Mirka, approach the bench. Let's see here.
Good evening.
Hi.
So this application is for the pool, obviously. My specialty.
Into the mic.
Okay. That's fine. It's just, yeah, keep it alive.
Not
They should just call this the Historic Pool Commission. How many pools did you review tonight? It was like 5. Okay. Didn't
Good
know
to
there were
go?
So many swimmers. Okay.
Alrighty.
Mirka,
So-
sorry, you go.
Okay. So this property is located on a cliff road, I believe, so it's number 87. It's right on the corner of the Shady Lane, where is actually the entry to this property. I included pictures of the street appeal. You might not see this property, it's fully grown with a combination of private planting and tall trees of the street. If you go with the pictures 1, 2, 3, it's such illustrate, thank you, Holly, on the bottom, yeah. So this is the corner, the picture 1 is from the corner of the Shady Street and Cliff. Then you have the second picture is the other side of the property. As you can see, it's kind of heavily well-established vegetation as of now. Then this is the entry of the Shady Lane, there is the parking. There is already existing retaining and the full-on planting, which consists from the evergreens, pear trees, and another deciduous plants. As you can see, the last picture is the photo of the backyard where we would like to locate the pool. The size of the pool is 16 by 30 with the spa in the back with the little surround of the blue stone. As you can see, the cliff road has already buffer. Then we have a path to the front door. Then I would like to enhance the screening from between the cliff road and the pool with another layer of the vegetation to the pool in the back. So I push it as far as I could. There are those 3 big trees which are already there, which I would like to preserve. And that's, I think, would be it for now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse, you
I
want
would
to?
start.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Diane. Thank you.
I have a problem. When you come in Shady Lane and you come to the driveway. And then straight ahead of you is the swimming pool. And then the house over to the right. The pools, as Abby brought up earlier tonight, that they are supposed to be tucked in, not your primary. These are again equal with the front of the house. And you have a swimming pool, which is a 8 by 16 by 30, and then you have a spa. I would like to see the pool pushed back where the spa is between the existing garage and the existing house, so it's not the first thing you see. And see the necessity of having a spa when you already have a swimming pool. But I don't think the swimming pool should be up and equal to the front of the house and seen first as you come in, because that's where the cars come in. Any amount of screening still designates that area to anybody who has half a brain that there's a pool there. And that's not what we do with the old things. The corner of Shady Lane and Cliff Road is an old piece of property and should be considered such, and the pool should be, I feel, should be moved to the back of the property. That's it for now.
Thank you. Let's see, which one of you two stepped down for Jesse? Val, you did, right? Abby, go ahead.
Well, I've got the same problem that I had with this previous application, that this is a visible.
Microphone, Abby.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry. I feel the same as I did on a previous application, that this is highly visible, that that you come into, I would like to see this tucked back between the existing garage and the house. Maybe it could be a long, skinny, more decorative water element, but right in front of the house. And then again, on Cliff Road, we're depending on deciduous trees to screen this. Gosh, I do remember, like a couple of, when I was an alternate way back 5, 6 years ago, we never put pools in on a public way, and now they're coming in droves. So I think we have to stick to our guns, and that's my feeling.
Okay, thank you, Abby. John. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you need to know? It's an architect scale, but I'm sure it's a.
What's your measurement you're going?
Right, 10 scale.
You need an engineer scale, 1 inch. You can't get here from here. Not gonna work. What are you trying to measure?
Is it 1 inch plus 10?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I can tell you 1 inch equals 10. So what is it? From the road back to the driveway, it's 57. Correct. So it's 57 feet.
Thank you.
Anything to say about the pool? Anything to say about the pool? Yeah. Okay. All right, so my view, I know this property well. And it is heavily screened. I didn't have anything to do with this property, but the neighboring property. So I know it's heavily screened, but I think I'm in the minority here. So can somebody give us a motion on this one?
I most to hold for revisions.
Okay. Thank you. On that motion, Jesse.
I didn't make a comment.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Oh, did you say you did not make a comment?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's
Yeah.
all right. It was, I mean, it was confusing because Diane jumped on it. So, yeah, I think I agree with the board, that it could easily be pushed back. And you could swap the spa with the pool. You could join the spa with the pool. And maybe even add a little more buffer on the Cliff Road side by doing that.
Okay, thank you. And sorry again for passing you over. I thought that. Okay, so can we have a motion on this one?
Motion to hold for revisions.
All right, thank you, Abby. On that motion, Jesse. Thank you, John. Thank you, Diane.
Hi.
And Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Mirka. Now Linda. All right. so,
Oh, I gotta, wait, no, it's not, sorry.
It's okay. Let's see. I think this is our regular board. I think the regular board is sitting on this. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my fault.
Okay, go ahead.
The property was recently sold, finally, to a young family. It's not a spec project. They love the house. They like the property. So we've got three separate applications. One deals with the main house, one deals with the garage, and one deals with the hardscaping. I think everybody sees this house every day when they go up and down Pleasant Street. It is a subject of a 4181L, which they're not exercising at this point. So they're all, the two structures are still on the same lot, and that's where it's going to stay for a while. You can see the garage wasn't there until the early 50s. It made it just under the wire for a 4181L. So we had to do a lot of research on when it got there. So the garage was built in the 50s. The house is probably from the, I forget, Holly, 20s, 30s, somewhere in there. There was nothing there on the Sanborn maps. There was nothing there on the some of the older aerials. So I included all the historic information in there. When we went to, we'll stay with the house first. When we went to HSAB, nobody could get a real good picture of it except over the brick wall from Malhato's. And it's pretty much the same house. But I included some of the historical information that also went in with the 4181L filing. So if you want to stay right there, the original proposal, it's not normal clapboard. It's about 6.5 inches top to bottom with about 1.5 inches space. But it's apparently, there's a couple of buildings on Nantucket that have this. 76 Main, when they put the addition on the front of 76 Main, which used to have a farmer's porch, not the projection, because I was on the ZBA when that happened. They added this. It's called German clapboard. Ray, you're probably familiar with it.
No.
It's a very odd, there's a close-up picture of it further down, but it's a really odd clapboard. And the whole house is done in it. And when they built the garage, 30 or 40 years after the house, they replicated it on the garage, but the garage is not the same. It's not the same width and it doesn't have the same depth. That's what it looks like. So it's an odd situation, but apparently the person who built the house, not necessarily the garage, but the person who built the house was a Scandinavian roots. And this is a typical
German clapboard. What the owner wanted to do is fix this whole thing up. He wanted to take the clapboard off, stay right there for a second. That's the next thing talked about. He wanted to take the clapboard off and put real clapboard on the front. And the HSAB was opposed to that because it's such a unique covering. I mean, granted, it's very thin and it's sitting on top of plywood. So it's a kind of an interesting construction because you can actually get up underneath it when you look underneath on the foundation side. So I think we've resigned ourselves to keeping the clapboard, though that wasn't the original plan. So we'll move on from the clapboard part of it. This was a side door before they put the kitchen in where it is now, which is that corner. And somewhere along the line, some previous owner took the door out, didn't bother to take the pent roof and the concrete steps off. So, yeah, we'd like to take that off now and leave the window and take the stairs and the roof off that go to nowhere. So that's one thing. We want to change, obviously want to change the rather garish, that's a true color, blue foundation, and trade it out for Nantucket gray instead of the blue. There was an issue, Holly, if you want to keep going. It has that interesting block that everybody has on Lowell Place as well. They wanted to get rid of the blue on the door as well, and we wanted to go to chrome green. I don't know what the current name is, but it was chrome green. They decided that they didn't want us to go to chrome green. They'd like us to go to a blue, but not necessarily that blue. The owners are willing to go to Hamilton blue or Newport blue, one of the other more approvable blues, but still change the foundation to Nantucket gray on both that and the garage. Outdoor shower in the back, not visible from anywhere. There's a significant grade change between us and those that front on Pine Street. So there is a retaining wall, which you'll see later, but the 6-foot natural weather 4x4 showers in the back next to the walk down, the bulkhead. I believe, Holly, that's it. I don't have it in front of me, but I think that's pretty much it for the house part.
Can I boil this down?
Yeah. Oh, yes, hold on, Ray. The front steps, they're disintegrating. We'd like to replace the wood, obviously, but we'd also like to paint it Nantucket gray. And the HSAB was okay with that if we wanted to paint it. So.
Don't you have any plans, Linda?
The risers.
Yeah, the risers in the deck.
The treads would stay natural.
Like most of the things on Union Street, we'd like to paint the treads and the deck Nantucket gray to match the foundation.
The whole thing.
Yeah, not the railing, but just the decking and the steps.
So you want to remove the porch that no longer has a door. You want to remove the blue steps up to the porch that are concrete. You want to change the blue on the foundation block to
Nantucket gray.
Nantucket gray, and you want to change the porch.
Front porch.
Front porch color also to Nantucket gray, and you want to change the front door from that aquamarine color to like Hamilton gray.
Hamilton blue. Yeah.
That's it.
On the house, we've given up
On the house.
the clapboard part of
That's
it.
what we're reviewing right now. Just making
Yep.
sure. Okay, so Holly, go ahead.
So
And the shower in the back.
Shower and bath, right.
So just kind of go over, first of all, yes, Linda did an extensive history for the 4181L and always gives me a copy, which is very appreciative for the HDC. NHL data says indicated circa 1930. And the HDC survey said built after 1923, but before 1949, which follows Sanborn maps. As noted, this is a very unique dwelling on Nantucket. Nice to keep the historic clapboard on the facade. So glad to hear that they're wanting to keep it all clapboard. I was just curious on what the age of that atypical clapboard is, if it's not typical. I've actually never heard of German clapboard, so that's pretty cool. Ashamed to lose the color of the brick, but the darker gray works. There was a comment, which I believe also HSAB mentioned, but I noticed that there wasn't a color sample provided in the application.
Of which?
Of the color on the brick.
Nantucket gray is Nantucket gray.
And then the clapboard color should match the existing white. You're wanting to have it a different white?
Yeah, there was a discussion about that, quite an extensive discussion about that. They'd like to get rid of the white and go to a dove gray, which is probably one of the lightest. Is platinum or dove gray lighter?
So those actually are grays.
Yeah.
They're not white.
We wanted to go to a gray, if you consider a gray, but the lightest gray on the planet, just to give it a little more depth.
Even platinum.
And Mr. Chair, those were my comments. So HSAB's comments were the siding material is original to the original building and should remain. It can change to a light color, preferably an off-white or a very light gray. Show color sample on building. Door color can change to the Hamilton blue, Essex, or chrome green. Foundation should be a dark color.
All of which we're doing. We wanted to go to the green, but there was a lot of comment at HSAB about this Dutch clipped roof, as well as the German clapboard, which is very distinctive. And they felt that the green was too dark because it would have had a little bit more of a blue color on that door. So that's why we went to the blue on the door.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. I'll turn it over to the board now. Abby, do you want to start?
Sure. Well, it's an exciting project.
Yeah.
And I think you're going in the right direction. It's on the verge of being a little bit of a depressing house for me. But
You haven't seen the inside.
Yeah, I don't want to, but I just wonder also if you're going to come back with fenestration revisions, and that what is the sash color?
They're keeping the windows, they're keeping it white.
Everything's going to be.
The
like a
windows are
platinum
staying white
gray?
and they're keeping the windows because it looks like we can rehab them.
Okay, but the sash and the trim and the clapboard is all gonna be platinum gray or some,
Well, I think it's up to you guys. The windows aren't being changed, so they're staying white. So theoretically, we could do white windows, white trim, and a very light gray
Yeah.
clapboard.
I
I
think
think that's
those look
probably where
pretty
we're
sharp.
going, to give it a little more oomph to
yeah,
it.
yeah, I like that. And I do agree with HSAB about the chrome green. I think that sort of goes to, depression. I think the Folger blue is a great idea. I think you're going in the right direction. I'm fine with everything you're doing.
Thank you, Abby. Val?
I agree with Abby. I just have one sort of whimsical thing. Could you use the porch that goes to nowhere as the shower enclosure?
No, because it's going to be ripped. You have to literally rip it off the building. It's got nothing to sit on but concrete right now.
Well, then, also, can we have a drawing of what the shower is going to be? Because we don't have any reference.
Yeah, I can put it into staff.
Ironically, the colored picture of the postcard has a red roof, which we know.
Can't get any.
I don't think it had a red roof at the time, but that was the only picture we could actually get detail on the house.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Diane?
Hard to make an opinion when there's no elevations up to look at, so I will step back.
What?
There's no thing for me to look at. There's no elevation to see, no elevations at all.
There are full elevations. You probably don't have
Not-
them on the screen.
Now they're on the screen. They weren't on the screen before.
Okay. Want to just, for Diane's benefit, just run through the elevation. Here you go, Diane. Hopefully you're seeing everything.
Well, I know the house because of the blue
Yeah.
foundation. So it has, the blue has always knocked me over with the color. And I would appreciate seeing it gray and whatever. So I think it's a work in progress. And the bones are good, and with the changes, it fits in nicely into the lot. So I'd be interested to see what goes on with it.
And just so you all know, it's not a gut rehab. They're working with what's in there.
Good, great. Okay, thank you, Diane. John, your turn.
Yes, I think that blue is atrocious.
So you're against them painting the entire house that color? No, I'm kidding. It's a terrible color, you're right. It is
Yeah.
awful. But you know, hey, John, they're painting over that. They're gonna take,
the whole thing.
okay, got it.
What I'm saying, change your color, Essex green, do we have the sample?
Well, actually, that's changed. They're gonna go with Hamilton blue, which is,
Where is the sample for that?
well.
We
so-
all know what these colors are,
I know,
guys.
but
I'll put
it'd
it in
be
the
good for
file.
the file.
I'll put it in the file.
One at a time, please.
So,
Chairman has the floor.
so Nantucket gray is an approved color. It's like a warm gray. It's what my house is painted. We do need to lock into this really, really light gray, dark white color that I think we get approval on clapboard, keeping the trim and the corner boards, the casings and the
White.
sash white. But so John, you're interested in seeing just having all the colors, chips, right? You know, samples.
I'd like to see what that-
Okay, 'cause- right.
This is green, is
Well,
Haven't
yeah,
seen it
but
for a
they're
while.
backing off of the Essex green thing. So what I'd be, thank you, John. I'm good with everything. I'm even good, I didn't think I'd be good, but I'm even good with the idea of painting the clapboard, as I say, really, really light gray or toned white, but I kind of want to see both together. Is that possible?
If we can come back Thursday, I can bring all the chips in.
You want to just move this along? We just got the chips for the colors.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would make a motion to approve with the following. The applications to be corrected in terms of the colors
Colors.
that are,
Yep.
it's now gonna be.
Yes.
The corresponding chips, which can be reviewed by the chair.
Okay.
Okay,
And some sort of drawing of the shower enclosure
Okay.
for the file. Because we don't know a size or anything.
Yes, 4x4, 6 foot high.
I know, but we.
I'll
need
draw it.
hang on. So is that your motion?
That is my motion.
Okay, so Val has made a motion. On the motion, Abby,
Sorry, with the clapboard being that, did you specify the color?
I said that that she would bring the chips in and the chair would review the chip colors.
Okay, yes, I'm in favor.
okay, thank you.
We're not doing Essex green.
Hamilton blue now. You know, the front doors are down in town, they have that light blue, it's Hamilton blue. It's on the approved list, and they're gonna do chips, so, the motion is to approve with the chips being provided. You in favor? Okay, Diane on the motion,
Aye.
thank you, and Val on your motion?
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you. I'm still here for
Oh,
the
now we have
garage.
to- Okay, garage and hardscape. No kidding.
Yeah.
Really?
Boy, you lived everywhere too.
Yeah.
John and I have lived everywhere.
Claire Butler in the backyard.
Heavens, no. That would not be the highlight of my day. All right, the garage, later vintage. Obviously, we want to get the blue off the garage,
Same thing on the foundation there?
Nantucket gray.
Okay. yeah.
And Nantucket, we would like to shingle the thing, but it's up to you guys. It's not the same clapboard as the house, but it's close, but it's not the same because it's small, it's narrower, and the gap is different, and the actual wood is different, but they just tried to match the house.
Okay.
So I mean, we'd love to shingle the thing, but that's up to you guys. And otherwise change the color again, have the same colors match, but the windows would go to Nantucket gray and the foundation and the door would go to Nantucket gray.
Well, the house is white. We need to do white on the,
Well, we do the same color as whatever you choose for the house.
Yeah.
for the clapboard.
Yes.
But we just approved the house is having the trim, the
Okay.
window sash.
They're
white.
fine with that.
Okay, just being clear.
But the main door would not be
Garage.
white.
The garage door.
That would be Nantucket gray. Or you want me to match the Hamilton blue, we can do that. Because the two front doors do
Let's see what-
match.
Let's see what the board has to say about this. That's it?
Let's see what
Linda?
HSAB
Yep.
has to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
So, again, this is built after 1949 is what the HTC survey said. So I know Linda did really good in trying to find information. HSAB said that the garage should match the main house in materials and color. I appreciate that the garage is staying on site. In fact, that this could have been
Yes, we
4181L. This
should-
could
a
have been
small round
How do
of
we get rid
applause
of
for that.
that?
Thank you.
Can't, state law.
And I also say that materials and colors should match the dwelling, so whatever you all decide. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
But the
Well,
question was, Mr. Chairman, whether or not the garage door, the side door can go to white if you want, but or whatever color the clapboard is. We didn't know where you wanted us to go with the front door on this thing.
Well, it's a good question. So you have sort of like two predominant colors. Actually, you have three. One would be the clapboard color, two would be the Hamilton blue, and three would be the
Nantucket gray.
What does everybody think about that one?
I think it
What's
should
the
match
front
the
door?
house.
Well,
What's the front door? What color is the front door going to be?
Hamilton blue. But we're just trying to figure out if the garage door should match the front door or should
I-
match the foundation
I
or
would
match the clap.
suggest that the front door, the garage match the front door of the house.
Okay,
So that would be Hamilton blue, Diane.
that's fine.
Yeah,
Okay, let's see. Is everybody okay with that?
I think it's a little goofy.
That's what we thought, but
I think.
but the house is a little goofy with all its,
Oh,
that beautiful blue.
You could
We're
also
fine.
match the foundation, which is Nantucket gray, which would sort of calm the
that
whole
is-
thing
that
down.
is what it is, yeah. It's safe. Where you go?
I agree. I
With
think
which
gray would
one?
be-
Nantucket gray.
Yeah, which is gonna match the foundation.
Correct.
right?
Okay.
Okay.
So not carry the blue over to the garage door then.
No,
Okay,
It's a lot of blue.
yeah.
The side door can be white.
Or the color of the house.
Oh, okay, the side door can.
Oh, the side door can be white or can be Nantucket gray, whatever. It's a board and
Oh,
batten door.
Hamilton blue.
It's a board and batten door.
It is?
Yeah,
Oh, maybe Nantucket gray.
okay.
Yeah. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
So basically.
I'll make a
Yeah,
motion.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, motion to approve the garage with, to match the clapboard, to match the main house. The garage door to be Nantucket gray and the side door to be Nantucket gray.
And the window, Nantucket gray. Or white.
White.
Okay.
because the windows-
So the trim and the window is white. There's one window on the other side too.
And that would match the main house.
Okay.
Correct.
I'll write
Okay.
it on there.
Abby has made a motion. Let's see, on that motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
She's muted.
how about you, John? You in favor? of that? Okay, thank you. Diane, you there?
Aye, sorry, aye.
Okay, okay, thank you. And Abby on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we got hardscape.
Let's see. Let me
Minimally
Let me guess.
changing.
A pool.
No.
Another pool.
And no spa.
No spa.
They have a kiddie pool, but no spa. They've got very little children.
Where are they gonna get their water from?
I don't know many there are. I just see market.
All right, make it simple. Go to the front elevation, I guess, Holly.
Okay.
Front elevation, they want to take that fence and bring it around so it meets up with the side of the garage so they can keep the kids in the yard. and there's a gate in the middle. That's it. Same details, same height.
Did you say that's it?
No, that's it for the fence.
Okay.
This is a patio that's in back that's pretty much mossy and going down the tubes. A lot of the bricks, you can put your finger through them. What they'd like to do is do a irregular flagstone with grass joints right in the same area. They're not going to expand it. They just want to put that there. And there's a planting bed in front of it and 2 trees, so it's fairly far back. There is a retaining wall because there's such a grade change between this lot and the ones on Pine Street. That's not our fence, actually. They want to replace the womanized retaining wall with Pennsylvania fieldstone at exactly the same heights, exactly the same run. So it runs anywhere from, I believe, 8 inches to 16 inches. So they're not going to increase it. They're just going to take the wood out and put stone in there. It's more appropriate. And the big deal is the driveway. Now, the driveway is not very good brick, and it doesn't really have an apron. So there was a discussion at HSAB about various forms. We had presented a bunch of pictures from all over, obviously, that area. We've got everything under the sun all in the entire downtown. We've got brick with cobble in the middle. We have Belton like that one. We got cobble with brick in the middle. We've got runners with grass in the middle. It's, you know, it's everywhere. What the problem came up because you have a driveway, concrete driveway with right there, it goes off to the right for extra parking. So they were saying that putting more than one material in the driveway was going to be kind of problematic because it goes off to the right of the garage. So what was brought up is that maybe all brick, so it would match. We're going to try to get the town to let us brick the sidewalk, but that's outside the jurisdiction of all of us. But we're working on that. So what it would do, it'd be a brick driveway with a brick apron to the street like everybody else has on that street. That's pretty much the biggest issue there.
So, Linda.
Yep.
This document right here. So the brick drive is matching the existing brick or the existing drive and parking.
There is no brick. It's all concrete right
Well,
now.
okay,
But
but
right
it's-
now it'd be
the
all
shape-
brick.
The shape of it is.
Shape
the
is staying the same.
Okay, and then the yellow is going to be,
8 to 16 of the existing Romanized, take it out and put Pennsylvania fieldstone in there.
the yellow line in the back.
Yep.
That's going to be taking out the pressure treated wood retaining wall and replacing with Pennsylvania fieldstone along the yellow.
Yep.
And the red is what?
That's the patio that we want to take the
Oh,
brick out
right,
and put the
that's
flagstone.
random flagstone.
Yeah, irregular flagstone with grass joints.
Right, and, oh, this one little piece, this is the return on the fence.
Yes, and I didn't know if you wanted to square it off or round it off. I think round it off makes it easier to get in and out of the driveway.
Let's see what well, actually, let's first see what HSAP has to say about this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HSAB looked at this on July 12th. No concerns about the fence, retaining wall, and patio. They would prefer a brick driveway. A more accurate landscape plan would be very helpful and save everyone time. I echo that comment as well. It would be very helpful. Also, a brick, obviously a typical size brick in running bond would be more appropriate for the apron in the parking lot.
For the parking, yeah. Okay,
Perpendicular to the street.
Correct, yes.
okay.
We're not adding any screening. We're not taking any screening out. It is what it is. And there's a billion pictures of it in the file.
Where was your mention of screening?
They kept talking about a landscape plan. We're not changing any
A
landscape.
landscape plan that somebody
Well,
can look at and make sense
yeah.
of.
Well, this is what Bracken gave me.
Well, but you did the,
I fixed Bracken's plan.
she fixed it.
Okay.
I just I drew over it. I drew over it so you could see it. Yes.
Like, because you can see more accurate lines about where everything is.
Well, that's exactly where it is. And you couldn't really tell what was
Okay.
going on. So I drew
All
it
right, I think
and
we're
labeled
good.
it.
Have somebody fix
All
it.
right, so, yeah,
I agree with that.
okay.
If there's a
So
better plan.
We just
for
get
the
a
front.
fixed up plan. It's got straight lines and calls out everything on the plan.
then I think we're good. So thank you, Val. Was that it?
Yeah.
Okay, Abby.
I would go with brick.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's what she has on the table now.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I would, not really sure, you would brick it right up to the foundation of the house, I guess, on that corner. Because,
The garage.
The garage.
I mean, it would, the garage, it would,
That's what it does right now.
yeah, yeah, I guess, it's a little hard, foundation to brick, but I would do a little more vegetation on the right-hand side of the driveway, if possible, some boxwoods or something. I would also at the beginning of the driveway, before it makes that goes around, I would enter a new material of cobblestone or something to break up all that brick. That's going to be a lot of brick.
That's what they were worried about, is that we would have another material on, it wouldn't look right.
Hates that.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I agree with them because we're gonna have to angle the brick off anyway.
Okay.
right, but I think if you're passing by and you're looking at that one clean piece, it would, if you did a
Belgian block.
yeah, something in the middle to say this is the square piece and then let it ramble off to the right, I think it would be more successful.
We'll stay right there for a second. At that corner, I could run a piece of Belgian block straight back. So the the parking that goes straight in, and then that would take off to the right. So one row of Belgian block to demarcate where the straight in goes and the angle goes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. John. Want me to come back to you? We still haven't heard from Diane. Okay, Diane, you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
I think that the brick is a good idea if it goes perpendicular to the sidewalk, which I certainly think should be done. I don't know, I'd like to perhaps see some drawings or some proposal of it in place. It's an interesting corner when you come up there and facing it, and to make it easy to get in and out again, because there's not enough room to back around. And there's no fence between their property and the next house, right, Linda?
No, there is. There's about a 30-inch fence. I think it's white
Oh, okay. Is that it behind that?
on the
planting?
right side there.
Yeah. So all the planting is on this side. I think it with some tidying up and perhaps the blocks or whatever going along that garden edge would give a sharp edge to the edge of their driveway going in.
Okay.
I think that's what, I don't know what is right up next to the house. It looks like you've got one plant there, but I'd like to see if it's anything that could be gotten rid of. I'd like to just see some planting coming down to the edge of the foundation there.
That's the garage, Diane.
Yeah.
And we don't want to necessarily rip it up because we need that parking space.
Okay, but aren't you proposing to change the makeup of the parking?
We're going to remove the cement, but I don't want to create a planting bed there that's not going to survive.
Okay, well, don't. I think on the other side though, if you tidied it up and put an edging on there, it would be good and give you the drive in for your cars.
Okay. We'll add some screening there. It's a little poor. It's sad, as Abby said.
Yeah.
That it, Diane?
That's a little sad, but with a, yep.
Okay.
And Ray, go back to the square edge or the rounded edge going into the driveway.
Just break the corner so it's not square. You had already drawn it that way.
I'd drawn it rounded, but I want to make sure you're okay with that.
Angle it back.
Okay.
But to Val's point, you should just have Bracken, his plan formalize it rather than have the ad marker stuff all over it, and just like label everything and use his lines rather than yours.
Those
All
are
due
his
respect
lines,
to
just so you
but,
know.
What?
Those are his lines.
You know what? We don't need to like keep talking about this.
Okay.
Let's,
So the only thing I want to say is, this is a net gain, because right now we have all concrete here. And going just to all brick, even if it's exactly the same configuration, I would say is, in terms of downtown historic Nantucket, a net gain. So I'm okay with it the way
Great.
it is. Although I'm not averse to your idea of running the Belgian block down and, disconnect.
No, I don't want to do that.
Oh, okay.
So take the Belgian block straight back
I
out.
think Diane wanted to see a plan, right?
Well, that's
Another
the plan with the brick.
Everybody
like
else has to do a landscape plan, Linda.
But
It's not a
seriously,
big
we're gonna
ask.
Well, I'm just
re-review
telling
this?
you, that's the thing that he did as an as-built, and I can give him a clean and say brick, and that's what it's
All
gonna
right,
say.
let's see what the pleasure of the board is, because we spent way too much time on this.
Yeah.
Okay, so can somebody make a motion here and see what
I would
happens?
motion to approve with the plan having things clearly identified like every other landscape plan. I don't care who does it, but not this.
Yeah,
All right.
just a more
And-
formalized version.
Something, if the brick's gonna be broken up,
It's not.
It's not
okay,
now?
then
Okay.
leave it and, yeah, read through staff.
Okay, thank you. Motion on that motion.
Aye.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Val, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank
Okay,
you very much.
There we go.
It can only get better.
Oh, yes, it will be better. Yep, for sure. Thank you. Okay. Matthew. Color change out in Wisconsin. Are we seriously getting a big package of drawings like this for a color change?
I, just want to be clear, thorough.
Okay. Right.
I don't know how else to do it.
All
Um,
those trees. So what is it?
Sure. So it's basically changing the shutter color from Essex green to black. And we did think it was important to just identify where the shutters were and also change the color of the chimneys to white.
Okay.
So
From natural?
yes, yeah. And there is historic documentation where both the trim color and the shutters were a dark color. And Holly, thanks for sending the
She's gonna-
report. That was great. It's a really in-depth, really fascinating history.
There's a whole thing she sent us, a history.
Yeah. Marcia Fader did it. It was really, really interesting, really fascinating. Anyways,
Shutters and
Chimney.
chimneys. That's it.
yes.
Okay, Holly, go.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So Wisconsin Advisory took a look at this. I was not in their presence. They sent me
Okay.
comments afterwards. This is what they said. This was on July 13th, I believe. Concerning the application of color change for 28 Main Street, Savin concluded that we prefer seeing a dark green black door and shutter color to the proposed black request. Unless there was demonstrable historic evidence that the house had black trim, we are not in favor of the more contemporary look black trim would lend 28 Main. We were opposed to painting the chimneys white, preferring the natural brick chimney that is a simple sconset house should display. And then this is not the purview of this particular application, but I'm just going to notate it for the record. Another matter, we asked that research be done concerning the as-built skylight on the southwest addition to the main street. We do not think that this was approved, and that was one of their questions. As far as comments, you all saw the documentation that was provided. And I will notate for the record, because I think I've mentioned this before, that this that the NHL data is actually incorrect. It says that it's the Frederick Mitchell Cottage, which is not. This is actually the original owner was Matthew Crosby. If you know Nantucket history, he was a fairly wealthy oil merchant. And this is a fantastic example of Sconset's vernacular architecture. And based on the report that Marcia Fader and Betsy Tyler did for the Sconset Trust, The green shutters are more appropriate versus the black, as outlined in that report. And concerning the chimney, the white chimney is not true to the historic dwelling. The existing have been rebuilt above the roof line per their report. So I would also concur with the Sconset advisory that it should be a natural brick. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Hopper. Right, who wants to start on this one?
Well, I'll pick colors if you like. I think that the shutters should be dark green, not black. Black has become sort of a very modern color for around. The chimneys in the olden days were painted white with a black edging on them, which showed that you were for a Tory. You were a Tory. So I think that, and I think that the chimney should be left alone. It makes the house much simpler than all the colors, and it also keeps mainly to the color that it has been. I don't think painting the brick is a good idea, and I don't think that changing the shutters to black is a good idea either. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Val, you ready?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at for it right now on my phone, and ironically, this house wasn't so simple. It looks like it was quite ornate. It had like a patterned roof shingle,
Mhm.
and the chimneys look painted.
Yes.
They don't
So,
look like they're painted white, but they do look like they're painted.
yeah, like contrasting colors. And so I don't have a problem painting the chimneys, but I think I do agree with the green, the dark green as opposed to black.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look at the thing on the top, the little hat, the tiara.
Look at the tapered columns
What is that?
too, on the corners.
Look at the pony.
Report that they extended the wraparound porch from 5 feet to 9 feet, but those outside corner columns, I think, are really fascinating. Super cool. And the other thing is, like, they do mention that they say that they can't really discern whether the original color was black or green. They said it might be green, but it really could have been black. The trim was black. Or darker, a very dark color, so.
Gosh, this is a tough one because I like scenarios, but that's just me. And I think for Sconset, slightly softer, I hate to say it, but Essex green is almost black.
Pretty black.
It's almost black. It's a very cool color.
Yeah.
So, but I think that the natural brick goes better with the Essex green.
So.
Sorry.
Okay.
Me too.
All right. Thank you, Abby. John, are you ready? Oh, yeah. Can you speak to the skylight?
We
John?
did get it
John,
approved, actually.
What?
We did get it approved.
You did get it.
We did.
Okay.
So it's not an
All right,
as-built.
So we'll take that off the table.
Yep.
So John, apparently the skylight was approved. The skylight was approved. They said they made it. No.
I'm sorry. What, can you repeat the question, John? Sorry.
He wants to know what the question was. So do I. What was your question?
My question would be, I just saw two skylights. Oh, there's one here.
Talking to the microphone.
Yes.
To
Yeah.
approve skylight.
Two approved skylights.
Okay, so both
And that one of that skylight was actually existing.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Front elevation. Okay.
Okay, this is east.
That's east.
That's east, and if we go to south.
So there's one on either side of the gable.
Both sides,
What's that?
No, one's on the south and one's on the east. One is on the south and one is on the east. Oh, no, no, they're on.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to break with the group again because I actually, ordinarily I'm not approving black because it's overused. And I heard a few times the word modern used, but like I've always thought of black as very formal, and I actually like it on this. So, I think the black shutters would be appropriate. I also think that not white, but some color on that chimney could also be appropriate, given what I just saw. In the photograph.
Maybe like a
So
wash or
that's where I
something.
am. So what should we do with this, guys?
Why don't you make a motion?
I never have. Made a motion. I don't even know what to do.
I know. It's
Do you
scary.
want to talk? about it?
I'll try.
Okay.
I'll try.
Mhm.
I make a motion to approve through staff with the shutters. That's what you're asking for, right?
Correct.
The shutters and the doors,
Yes, the front door.
I think the front door.
to be Essex green. And the chimneys, I do think could be painted, but we need some sort of idea of color. And that could be through staff with the chair.
Like a sample of a wash,
Approving.
maybe.
Just to be clear, the front door and the shutters already are approved.
There, yes. Yeah.
What color were you proposing for the chimneys?
We were just saying white, but if you think like a wash might be more appropriate. So you see some,
Off-white because
It does look like the side wall is white
mhm,
yeah.
in that it's a softer color.
mhm.
Great.
So I could provide a sample of like a wash.
On brick.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, can you do it through staff and where you don't feel comfortable with that?
Yeah, because there's a variety of opinions. I'd rather
Okay.
not.
Then hold for very minor revisions.
Okay.
All right. So on that motion, Abby.
We're holding for revision.
Yeah.
A sample, I think.
Okay. Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Holding for revisions, yes.
Yeah. Thanks. John?
This is what I saw.
Okay.
West elevation.
There are one on the south and one on the east. Okay, but the motion is to hold for revisions anyway. You favor? Okay, and Val, did you make that motion?
I did.
Okay, you favor your motion?
Yes.
Okay, and I am too, so that motion. goes. All
Thank
right,
you.
you can see Joseph. Where is-
Right here. Before you open 37 Sankaty, I wanted to ask if we can move it. Because is it all right to speak to that right now?
Just to be clear, I'm going to recuse from this. So Abby, could you chair this?
Sure.
Yeah, my client and I have been in touch with the neighbors. I've actually met with both neighbors separately, just as a courtesy. And we concluded that we should put up some ridge poles for this structure because we're inevitably will be in the sight line of each of these neighbors. So we're actually looking at what this is going to feel like in the field. And there may be a minor shift of the building. So we want to get the surveyor to locate where the ridges, where the ridge poles would be. And that's going to take at least a week. So I'd like this, a motion to be heard next Tuesday if possible, so that we could have some ridge poles put up.
Motion to hold for some ridge
Carrie, could
poles
you be on this, please?
next Tuesday.
Okay. Carrie, are you in favor of that motion?
Aye.
You in favor of Val's motion? To hold until next Tuesday? They want to hold 37 Sankaty. Head Road.
Yeah. So, John, the motion is to hold numbers 14 and 15 for next Tuesday. That's the motion.
Because he's putting up height poles.
Are you in favor of that motion?
Yes, I'm in favor too. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Do you want me to vote?
Yes, Diane. Are
Aye,
you in
well,
favor of
aye.
the motion? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Al. Right now, we're at Ackerman. Lot 2.
Correct.
All right.
Lot 2 is the one on the right. It's actually the first lot you see, not the second.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to step off so one of the other associates
Okay, so.
could be on something.
Let's see. Carrie, you just voted on that one, so we'll go to Stephen.
Okay, so this is a subdivision, it's a rear lot subdivision. You've already approved lot number 1, which is the house in the back, that's sort of the zigzag. That was approved due to lack of visibility, essentially. This building is on the other lot, and the way that you get to both of these buildings is actually over a common driveway. So the public road ends before you get to the threshold of the access to both of these lots. And what we're proposing is a new dwelling that is a farmhouse style additive massing. You're never going to see the building frontally, not even from our property, because as you drive by this, you'll be passing by obliquely. In the rear of the building, which is there, the south elevation, you're not going to see that from anywhere. And this building and the proposed garage screen the pool. I have a 3D streetscape if it's helpful. I know Diane, sorry, Diane, that you won't be able to see this, but I thought that this might be helpful because it speaks to how you're actually going to see this.
Yeah, so just to be clear on this, Joe and everybody.
We're trying to get
Terry.
our associates.
Yeah,
here.
so Abby is also sitting off, so Jesse is going to be on.
Okay.
Just to be clear, Stephen, John, Diane, myself, and Jesse.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. And the colors, the window sash is Hamilton blue and the trim is platinum gray, trying to get away from everybody doing black.
Thank you.
I think the house next door is black. I actually like the black, but on this particular house, it's not. Hopefully the 3D view shows you, if you could peek into this lane, you'd be seeing along the length of this thing in an oblique way. And you're actually seeing the lowest mass first, which is the mass to the left, which is the kitchen wing, which I think is just under 22 feet. I think that's it by way of introduction.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Hey, Joe. Where does the public way end?
It ends where it says lot 3. I'm not sure if you can read it. Yeah,
I can see
right
that on the
there.
plan. So-
Lot 3 is actually on our property, and then the driveway will run down the length. Yeah, that's actually
Okay,
the
so that little
existing
fork-
drive.
The fork in the road that we're looking at, basically where the fork occurs is the end of the public way.
That's right. You can see on the locus there. Yeah, that's where it ends, right there.
Yeah. Everybody got that? Like here's, this is the end of the public way. Not.
That's right. I have, I don't know if this would help. This is just this is an aerial that.
Oh, cool.
Shows calling that the street, but that's the driveway. That's the aerial view, which, you know, you'll see if you fly over. Just to note that there's, so you can see the topography here, the land slopes to the back, and there is a 50-foot wetland setback that's here. And the plan that you have in front of you is essentially what was approved by the Concom. The Concom did approve a pool location right there. And the footprint of the building, we actually had a little bit closer to that 50-foot, and we've moved it back to get some more yard space. But just so you understand what we've done to date. And one of the reasons why the building is oriented the way that it is because of the wetland limitation.
Okay.
The lot also slopes from the top left to the bottom right, and you can see in the 3D view that we're using the driveway is at existing grade, and then we're stepping up with a 18-inch retaining wall, and then the land actually slopes up to natural grade on the uppermost corner. So I think the elevations show the grade line sloping, I think, from 24.5 down to 22, or 25 down to 22. There's a hole there that's getting filled in with a driveway, as you can see that, but the existing grade along the access point is staying. So we're not adjusting any grades towards the wetland or towards the traveled way. I'll call it a traveled way, but it's the way to get to lot 1. My client has since removed the fire pit that you see on there, which is that rectangular piece on the back.
We're right now, we're just reviewing the house, right?
That's right. Yes, correct.
All right, everybody.
Can I get some clarification?
Sure can, Steve.
Hey, Joe, so two things. One, this was noticed.
To abutters?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't see it in the application stuff, so I just
Oh.
wanted to make sure. Number 2 was in the upper left portion. So it indicates grade of 25 on the, bear with me. Where's your cardinal points on the site plan? That was the place I'm not looking.
North is up on the site plan.
So in your northwestern corner where it indicates a gravel driveway on our site plan, but not on the street. There it is. You're at 25.
Yep.
And then what, so just, can you explain what's happening in topography? There's a 3-foot change from one side to the other, and the house spans the width of that. So where is that gonna get picked up in terms of being seen on elevation? Is it gonna be retainage? Is there gonna be a cut? What's gonna happen?
Yeah, the part of the slope from the northwest corner, to, I guess, to the south, along the length of the facade, it drops about 1.5 feet. And then we're dropping it the additional 1.5 feet with an 18-inch retaining wall that you can see in the site plan that kind of L's off of the corner of the garage. I think it shows up in the little rendering there too. So does that make sense?
does, but I'm not seeing the full, so when I see the site plan, I don't want to beat this, but it's important, I think. It is actually.
No, the front elevation has it. If you go to the front elevations,
So actually, if can you come down a little larger, because I wish it was taller than my brothers. So here, dropping from 25 to 22, 25 4 to 22 4, so we got a 3-foot drop. I'm just trying to figure out what that's going to look like across this. Is there going to be a cut in here somewhere, or is it going to be made up? Is this grade going to raise? What's happening?
yeah, can you go to the front elevation? That one. And if you zoom out a little bit, I have the grades are noted on this as you come across.
So I looked at, Joe, I don't mean to cut you off, but just
That's all right.
in the interest of time, I previewed it and I looked at the elevations, but I'm not seeing a 3-foot drop. So that's more like to figure out 1.5 feet.
Well, the final drop is at the driveway. If you
Well, it's
scoot,
like halfway across the house, you're at 22.8, so you're almost 3 feet down to the left of the front porch as you're facing it. So, I mean, I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but it's kind of important that we understand that.
well, I guess if you have where the cursor is right now, if you were to draw a diagonal line up to the area where we've got the clapboards, that connecting those dots would, yeah, if you go down to that bottom left corner there, yeah, if you were to connect that to the driveway level, that's the grade where you're driving that would make up that 1.5 feet.
Okay, I accept your explanation.
That section's cut right at the house. I guess if I were to pull back, you would see that diagonal line connecting those 2 points. Does that make sense?
It does, but so here's where the disconnect is. If you look at the elevations, on that left corner of the front porch, it says elevation 24.5. Here. And if you look on the site plan, it indicates the existing is 22.8 at that point. So there's still that difference of a little bit more than almost, not quite 2 feet. I'm just trying to figure out, you're adding, or is there going to be some retainage we're not seeing?
There's definitely no retainage. We are adding right where that cursor is. I guess we are adding a little bit to level out where you're going to access the porch, and then we drop off as we head to the left. So I suppose at that one point it's being filled, but then it's.
Okay, so thank you for the clarification. My request will be, in addition to other comments, is that we just get a more clear picture of the existing versus the proposed. I don't necessarily think it's a pinch point, but I do think we need to be clear on that. Thank you.
Anything about the architecture?
Can I go, or?
Yeah, no,
Okay,
go for it.
cool. Yeah, I think it's actually, it's a nice design. It's it's appropriate. There's elements that, I may or may not like, but that's not what I'm here for. It's about whether it's appropriate or not. And I think on balance, it's fine as it is.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Okay, so Joe, just so you know, John had to dodge, so Carrie is on.
Okay.
We have all of our associate members here. tonight.
Maybe the stars are aligning.
Yeah, okay, so Carrie, can you, are you able to
Yeah,
jump?
I agree with Steven. I think it's a totally appropriate house. I think the parts are the parts that might be a little overblown glass wise, et cetera. But exciting, great for, video, great.
Could we use the microphones?
I feel like
Oh,
you can't judge too much, but
Carrie.
you said that stuff.
Carrie.
Oh, God.
I haven't been on any projects tonight, so I forget the microphone. I agree with Stephen that this is appropriate to the neighborhood. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Jesse?
Yeah, I think it's a nice design. I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of it from anywhere. And discrepancies in the elevation are 18 inches, which I think can be easily washed out. So even with that discrepancy, I'm still okay with it.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
I think it will fit in well. I'd be, like to see what the other building's going to be when it comes up. But this has additive masking. It has the main mast, which is discernible, and then the appliances on off to the side. I think it's classically designed, and I think it will be good.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks, Diane. Joe, I have a question for you. Are you really going to picture frame all the double hung windows?
Yeah, well, what we end up doing is chamfering the bottom piece that sort of acts like a sill, but I've picture framed them before. So there's no horn on there. We did a sort of a plank, we did it at West Maya Comet, sort of a plank frame window. And then the visible part of the bottom, the flat part, I should say, is the same dimension as the side casing and the head casing. And then we just chamfer it right where the width of the window is.
I get it.
So it's a little bit
So
of
it
a
almost
sill.
looks like the picture frame is kind of angling out at the bottom.
Yes, yep.
Okay. What were your colors again?
Platinum gray trim, Hamilton blue door and windows.
That's gonna look good. It's very quiet. I think everyone's pretty in favor of this. I would have preferred that your windows were a little bit narrower, but I'm not going to let that hold up an approval on this. But how would we address the issue of the grade change?
I have a suggestion.
Okay, go for it.
I just have, sorry. So, of your parents, will they come first? My thought is that, I mean, Joe, as a practical matter, given the depth of the site of this structure relative to the property lines, orientation of the proposed driveway, will the new will the existing gravel driveway stay, or it's going to go out into the paper road?
It's going to go out into the paper road, yes.
So you're probably going to be looking at some type of a low retainage, stone retainage wall, retainer wall along the front facade there, somewhere between the house and the property line. And I would just say that that needs to come back before us for a quick review as a hardscape.
Yeah, I was hoping to avoid that, but definitely where we transition from Ackermuck onto the property will maintain the existing gravel. And then it's going to swoop up towards the northernmost property line so that our grade can just slope to that traveled way without a retaining wall. I've modeled this in SketchUp and in this 3D model and looked at all of this in 3D, especially where the pool, the deck, and the garage and the driveway all intersect. So I think it's smart to be picking up on the grade issues. And I feel like we've.
You're really cursing me under your breath. I know it.
Am I? No, I'm not. I'm not. We don't want to have a retaining wall out front.
Yeah, I would just suggest that we approval would be contingent upon review of the hardscape if there's any.
So, did you restate that?
I would make a motion to approve as submitted, subject to any retainage on the front requires a hardscape review and approval.
Okay.
I don't know if I said that.
I think that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so on that motion, Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
I had no idea. I couldn't hear it.
Okay. It's basically to move to approve the application as submitted with the condition that if there's any retainage that's required, it has to come back as hardscape.
Okay, that sounds like a good
You in
thing.
favor of that motion?
And Kadeem, those renderings might be relevant for the
Joe,
garage. I'm sorry.
Diane, are you in favor of that motion?
Yep, I said yes.
Okay, thank you. Carrie,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen. And I'm in favor of motion. Carries. Okay, all right. I would like to keep the same board on the following two, just so we have the same board for all three. Garage. No, well, I like to, yeah, I like to keep the same board, so I'm gonna have these same.
So it's a simple one-car garage with an open space up above. We've bumped the driveway side forward of the main gable to minimize the height, the visual height. Same colors as the main house. And I can't read what the height is, but I'm pretty sure I kept it under 22 feet. I think it's on the, isn't it drawn on there on one of these? There we go. Look at that, 21 what? Because of this, there's a stair that goes up on the side, so it's off-centered. Yeah, I had a window there. I took the window out. Actually, that 3D model shows that it actually looks pretty good.
Did you run out of ground cover?
Did I run? No. No, actually, part of it was to maintain the distance from the house so that it didn't read all as one thing. And then the setback is not that far away. We need some room for mechanical.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah. Who would like to start on this? Diane?
Hi, this is the garage, right?
This is the garage, correct?
So you're going to think I'm crazy if you don't already think that, but I would like to see the south elevation, if you have room, the south and north elevation made like 2 feet wider. It gives the impression now of being very high and thin. And I would like to see it drop down with like a foot on either side or a foot, whatever you could squeeze in. I think it would be more of a garagey looking thing and would fit in all the other, or the other building we just did had all different heights to it, and that's what made it good. And this is all like a rocket ship going up. I would like to see it made wider, and I would like, I think that will make the right side, west elevation and the east elevation in better proportions. I don't know whether you agree with me at all, but I just think it would not make it such a tall building.
Well, there's one other person in this room that agrees with you, Diane.
Is there? Who's that?
Me. So, okay, thank you, Diane. Jesse.
I could definitely see it looking better being wider, but then it'd be, I think, due to the setbacks and how close it is to the building, you have to see it in relation with the building as well. Because you end up getting 2 feet closer to the house. There's no room on the setback side. Right? Yeah, so we'd be pushing closer to the house. So how will that relate?
So, Jesse, just so you know.
That's the house. Here's the garage. So that's space. Continue, I'm sorry. No, that's all. So, yeah, I mean, I think wider or shorter will help. Yeah, that's really. about it.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Carrie?
I agree, and I think it could be as simple as kicking off a little shed roof, hip the little roof that you have on the front around whatever, to give it a little extra width. It could just be a porch to enter through the toilet, into the toilet and enter into the stair hall, but just give it a little beef on the first floor. The second floor can still be skinny. But is there there's not a requirement for garage to be a separation from a house. Dwellings have to be a minimum.
Right. No, I don't have any issues with anything you're saying. I think it might be worth looking at. I mean, I could use the width in the garage space anyway,
Yeah.
but
The other thing is I do think the wide windows in these dormers wide, just because it is a small building. All the windows seem very wide in this particular one, and I get that they're matching the house, but I think they really read too big in this one. Maybe go to an A. They look skinnier on the house.
mhm.
Stephen?
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. So I agree with a lot with what's been said. I think that actually there might be a different approach to fixing the too tall issue. I want to design it to deal, but I agree that on concept of the perception from the front elevation of the north. And I think along the lines of what Carrie had suggested, it may be as simple as a pet roof or the entry door on the west elevation. As you from the north, it's going to look similar to a wrap porch or a wrap roof from the front to the west, but it would to me read more appropriately to be a pet roof over that door, which is giving you the details. Diane, is that your dog barking in the background? Thank you. The other element that I would suggest, and I'm not going to, again, design at the table, but I think it's relevant with respect to changing the perception of the height overall, is if you were to, I'll address the windows in a second, but in relation to the dormer windows, if you were to make those head casings disappear, so it's a header in the fascia, which is, something we do. That would allow you to bring that down a little bit and give you a little bit more space. So from the north elevation, which I think is the prominent one, your termination of your dormer will be lower on the primary main mass roof. And your eave will be, it's just a matter of inches. In conjunction with that, which might give you another inch or two, is downsizing. I think the window shapes are appropriate, but the proportions on the second floor windows at the least would come down a size, in each direction. So proportionality would be maintained. And to me, that would help to address some of the concerns. I know it's specific, but those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So sounds like maybe we're looking for a few revisions on this, Chair.
Sure. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, can I have a motion? Thank you, Jesse. On Jesse's motion. Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen? Aye. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Jesse, on your motion. And on your motion carries, so now we just got a pool left and you're free to go.
There are dimensions hidden in that plan too. Might be 18 by 34. Is that right?
16 by 36. There's a bunch of steps in there.
Yeah, that dimensions includes the steps.
Yeah. Joe, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Did you design the house that's up like right on New Lane in this subdivision that has the pool right on New Lane
Yes.
that I can see?
Can you? You should talk to Lindsay about that. He actually See here?
Ah.
No, he did the landscape. He did the landscape on that. I told the client it would never get approved there, but Lindsay got it approved.
And we can
Oh,
still see it.
boy, yes. Right on.
Ah.
Okay.
That's the one I'm gonna use when I come in for my pool.
That was painful, that one.
Oh, ooh, yes. It was really- Okay, so, but here we are with this pool, which I'm sure no one's gonna see.
That is correct. It is.
Correct. Okay. Same board, by the way. I'll go.
Yeah, go. It's highly limited visibility. Pools are pools, as Mr. McLaughlin says. Whether you're love and
He
hate or
actually
not.
says it's out of the old historic district.
Oh, and it's out of the old historic district. No, I mean, for me, this is a large lot. It's not visible. It's not within the wetland area. And I think it's appropriate, or at least it's approvable.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Jesse? Okay, Carrie?
Yes.
All right. Hey, how about you, Diane?
I was curious as to what kind of cover. It doesn't say what kind of cover.
There is an auto cover. There's no fence.
Okay, that's all.
Proposed pool with auto cover. Look at that.
Look at that. So,
There it
and
is.
no spa either. Wow,
No spa.
you did a good job. So I'm fine with that.
Okay, I think we can go for the motion on this one.
So moved.
All right, Stephen's made a motion to approve as submitted on that motion. Carrie?
Aye.
Jesse? Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen, on your motion, and I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Motion carries. There you go, Joseph. Okay, Nathan. Okay, so let's see, Abby's back, John's back, and Val has left the auditorium.
John just gave me this.
So for a five-person board, we're going to need to go back to the rotation. Where are we? We are on 19. Yes, we are. I need to get one of those. Thank you. Jesse, why don't you sit on this? Good? All right. Nathan?
It's highly irregular, but I have a back pocket scheme. If you wish to entertain it. If you don't, we can wait.
Okay.
I just thought
Well,
it's,
here, why don't you familiarize, before we get to that, because there are some issues, not the least of which is that Diane is on Zoom and she would not be privy to those drawings.
true.
Okay? So let's start with what you submitted.
Okay.
So.
second dwelling on the right,
Second dwelling, okay, yep.
had connected by a small bridge, so to speak. And it's 620 square feet footprint.
Okay.
And that's the basement. There's the first floor and there's the second floor. And that dormer is the big change. We're presenting the dormer going all the way to the left, except for except for 3 feet. So that's the big change. The other big change is
When you said the change, you mean? this
back
is what you-
back pocket
This is what
change.
you submitted.
Correct. It is.
So it's actually a new dwelling.
It is.
All right. And so this is the way it's been submitted, but you want to make the dormers larger.
Yes, that and moving the basement stair. Basically, those are the changes.
Well, let's sort of see where we are.
Okay.
That's it?
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of photos, do we have information, either photos or of the house that this is connecting to?
Yes, right there. There you go.
Oh, that's it. Wow, okay. Yeah, how old is that house?
Probably from the 40s, 50s,
Okay.
70s. Is that right? That's the barn. That barn has a casement window up above. Yeah, right there. And that's why we have presented two casements, either end of the east and west, with their own shutters on the new second dwelling. There you are, right there. Those are egress.
So that's taken off of the barn.
Yes, right.
Okay. All right. So I think we all get the dwelling part of that. Just to reiterate, you're trying to make both of the dormers on the dormer on the north and the south wider.
Correct.
That's correct.
Yes,
But still within the 3 feet off of the.
correct.
edge. And what was the second thing that you wanted to do?
Changing the basement stair, which you see there on the south, to the east.
Oh, just remove it from there and move it over.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
I've got these reduced
Okay.
drawings if you wish to have them.
All right, so I, I'm sure the answer is yes, but so Abby's asked whether in extending the dormers, you're adding another window.
Yes,
One,
yes.
okay, so there'll be a total of 3.
Complement,
windows.
yes.
Thank you. Everybody get it? Do we have any questions or do we have any comments on this application?
I'm
Oh.
okay with it.
Yeah, I actually have one question. The house was natural trim, right?
It is.
And you're following suit.
I believe it is natural. Yes, we are.
Like, I would imagine the fact that it's connected to the existing building.
It's natural to let.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
White doors.
White door?
Like trim's natural.
Correct.
Okay, so who wants to begin?
Yes, I think.
You know, I honestly forget.
Yeah, you
Yeah, I
said it
think
was.
Jesse, yeah, okay.
Mr.
Jesse.
Chairman, would you like these?
So,
Okay, so I'm with visualizing the dormer being bigger on both sides. Let's see, or now we have the actual,
Yeah, those are the actual best pocket.
I actually think it looks better, it's well balanced.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a nice, simple design, and I like the shutter.
Oh,
And can't think, yeah, nice, clean, simple. The dormers make it more balanced, and I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Hey, Diane,
Yes, here I am.
Diane, unfortunately, you're not seeing the little revisions that Nathan brought in. But do you understand what he's asking for in concept?
Yes,
So
yes, I do.
it's getting wider, they're getting symmetrical. You know, I could hold this up, but I wouldn't know where. to hold it.
And they're moving over to the left, and the stairs going down to the basement are going around to the east.
Yeah, they're going
Correct.
around the corner, basically, but it's.
Yeah.
You just don't-
Yeah, I'm pretty good sometimes at
Okay, so
Good.
do you
figuring
want-
something out.
do you have opinions?
I think it will not be bad. I think it's I don't know, Nathan, what age did you come up with on this one?
What is the what?
The main.
Age, how old is it?
Answer that. I just
Oh,
looked it up.
Holly can answer it.
1979 for the NHL
It actually
data.
looks like a Bruce Killen house because it's got the little rounded.
Could
thing in the
be.
corner.
Yeah. No, I think I was glad you didn't change it, put a second level on it, put 6 more things on it. I think it will be appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Thank you very much. John, comment?
That's fine.
Looks good to you. Okay. Abby's giving a thumbs up. So I think we can motion here. Oh, and could the motion be to approve the Best Pocket revisions, which will be entered into the record as Exhibit A? Yeah, I'll just write that on here. Can that be somebody's motion?
Motion to approve per Exhibit A.
Okay. there
And
it
we'll make
is.
those changes in the drawings and resubmit.
Yep. You just submit normal size.
Correct.
Back to the
24
office.
by 36.
Okay, so Abby's made a motion to approve the revised version of this application as for Exhibit A. Excuse me, on that motion, Jesse. Aye. Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Aye.
Very good. Abby on the motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
All right, talk to you later. And William McGuire. Back there in the back row. Thank you. Oh, here he is. Okay.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Okay, so let's see, it's gonna go to Carrie. Okay, she's gonna be on. Val had a headache, she's heading home. Got one too?
Maybe it's something about the.
I have one too. Oh, wait a second, you guys, we still have 24 minutes left.
I thought the new stop time was 8:30.
Point to your head and say the initial MT.
If you want, we can wait till Thursday.
Okay,
That's a pretty good one,
Bill.
Abby. Like you were pointing at your head when you said it.
Go ahead, Bill.
You could scroll down a little bit. There you go. So basically, the photographs are showing the existing structure and what? More to the, oh, right. Okay, like I said, first time caller. So the bottom photo, the bottom picture is I'm sorry, the bottom drawing is the existing elevation. The one above it is the proposed. Getting rid of the little dormer in the middle and turning it into a triple gable. And then adding the widow's walk on it. What we're doing is on the lower left-hand corner drawing where the porch comes across, we're taking that gable and pulling it out the 4 feet to fill in that porch. And then the dormer, which is sitting back, and those windows are way off the floor, pulling that also forward 4 feet. So that those two left-hand side, the left-hand side in the middle come forward 4 feet. So that's basically that's it for this is the street elevation. And then on the rear of the house, which is so you can see below there, below there are the windows on either side of the 6-panel French door. And the owner would like to see those as all the opening, like a nano wall. And the existing pergola would then be turned into a porch, a second floor deck. This is also facing the ocean, and from the beach, at least you can't see it. I know that Mr. McLaughlin always likes to say that we can go 2 miles out, but I think at 2 miles, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between French doors or nano wall.
And not too much.
Yes, the east and the west, the only thing that would really be different is that the pergola on the west side that you can see there on the right, that pergola actually becomes where the deck is. There. But none of that is visible from the street, and you can't see the house from the beach. We've walked up and down the beach and you can't see it from the beach. And the house itself has very little or limited visibility from the road as well. That part of Tom Nevers Road has a lot of trees and vegetation along the street.
Photo or two taken from Tom Nevers.
I do not.
Oh.
Yeah, my bad. I know, my bad. Sorry. But you can see there are, those trees are existing across that.
What?
Oh, on the site plan, the trees along Tom Nevers Road, those are existing. They're probably 15 to 18 feet tall.
All right, fair enough. That it?
Yes.
Okay. Board members.
Is that the photograph? What are those photographs at the top of what house is that?
That's this house. So that's the existing east elevation facing the ocean. And this is
The front.
the
front house
north,
that's
the north,
at an angle.
yeah, the northeast corner. And then the east side is there to the right. And there should be more photographs of the front somewhere.
I can go, but I
Yeah,
don't
go
think you're
ahead.
gonna like what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
go for it.
So I was looking at this at home and it kind of struck me that I kind of like what's there. And the proposed is with the nano doors. Just doesn't seem to relate back to what you'd be keeping on the front. So it's a kind of a severe switch. So I'm having trouble, and I like the front, although the porch is a little shallow. I like the roof going back and separating those two rocket ships there.
Well, yeah, those are existing and they're not in the same plane.
She's
So
aware of that.
no three of those gables are in the same plane.
Well, but what
okay.
she's suggesting is that you are saying that you're missing the little porch right in front of it.
Yeah, I like the roof line coming down from those three little dormers in the center. So maybe I should stop now.
Okay. What? Carrie?
The center gable, I don't mind it so much, but I just think the proportion is off. There's something about it, and I'm just wondering, if you're going for the.
Microphone, please.
Sorry.
I'm just concerned that the center gable throws off the three gable idea. And I kind of would like to see it the same proportion as the other ones and let the roof come across if you need to have the space or whatever you're trying to get up there that you're not, that you don't have now. And then you don't have that tiny little ridge coming up to the roof walk deck rail piece. So it's just a little tweak. I really like what you've done with the front door. I prefer that simplistic sort of nicer. It's a little bit stark what's happening, and I think the three equal gables will sort of accentuate that starkness, which I really kind of like. And the rear, I'm not really that concerned about it. I believe you, it's not going to be seen. I agree with Abby, it's not quite as nice looking, but I think, you know, a drawing and the real thing is completely different thing, so. Okay with the rear, but I wouldn't mind a little tweaking on the front.
structure itself. Put it 4 feet. 85 feet of thick, way out of 30%.
There's no way you can hear him.
The first floor or the second floor?
Second.
Second floor.
Not fair.
According to these plans here. Yeah, and they take them off of one of these six doorways to the second floor. There we go. Too much decking for inside.
All right.
Have to work on it. Should do some work on that, change something, bring it down a little bit more.
Okay, John. Thank you. You got it? Okay. Diane, how about you?
Well, I'd like to ask Billy, are we able to change any of the windows, or are it's an existing house and you're not going to change any?
Well, they wanted to replace the windows, but it was of like kind.
And in the same spot, right?
In the same spot, yes. The rest of the existing windows stay where they are.
Okay, I would like to make one suggestion, is that the skirt for the roof walk be removed. It points up all the bad points of having a skirt, I believe, behind gables and all the rest of it. I would like to have you contemplate that thing. I would go with the old edition of the waterside elevation. I like the front door, but I like the south elevation better than the proposed south elevation. I think that many single pane windows are extraordinary, and I would question your absolute non-seeing of 98 old Tom Nevers Road, because I believe there is a view and that's high. And that's what I would say. Some of the amount of windows mold disturb me, but they can't be moved, I guess, because they're existing. So that's what I got to say. Windows, the roof walk, and the front door is good. So moving the gables forward gives it a little break when you're driving by. Better to see than on the elevation. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Speaking of roof walk, the roof walk post should be continuous through. You know, the skirt board isn't supposed to break those posts. I agree with much of what has been said, so I think we should motion for some revisions on this.
Mr. Chair.
Make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, I'm going to hold that motion just for a second, Diane. Yes.
Thank you. On the topic of the roof walk, building with Nantucket in mind requires 2 full stories. Is kind of, doesn't seem it's too full.
You know, there's actually like a 2-page rule of that. The 2-story thing, they determine like a certain percentage of the floor has to be like 6 feet high or more. And it gets so obscure, that whole thing. I think it's, for me, at least, the roof walk is more about the context, and maybe you could bring some precedents of roof walks
Well,
out
the
there, 'cause I'm
next
sure
door
there's-
neighbor has them, and just didn't photograph it.
Yeah. Um,
My thought, it wasn't because the next door neighbor has it or anything else. I find the skirt it would look just as well without the skirt.
Yeah,
Right.
no, we got that, and Bill got that. And you did make a motion to hold for revisions, right, Diane?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna take them, see how that goes. Carrie on the motion.
Aye.
Thank you, Joe. Motion for, okay, Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Yeah, hold for. So now we're on to 4. Is this pronounced Hanabi or Hanabia?
Heavy.
Hanabi.
Wanna be.
Want to be 9 p.m.
Almost.
Almost.
You're almost getting your wish.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Exterior.
Got one. I got one. Because the prints are so
Oh,
small.
so Stephen, you're on this.
Yes.
It's definitely the last 2. It might be the last one, depending on how this all goes. I'd love it to be the last 2. So, okay, so Stephen's on this one.
This is refreshing, Mr. Chairman.
See it.
See a barn with some board on it.
Oh, man. It
What?
It's really cold. in
Did
here.
I miss a
It's
funny?
Well, we started out with a barn with vertical boarding on it, and we are concluding perhaps with a barn with vertical. These are revisions, right?
Yes, they are.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there you go.
So,
Go for it.
yeah, so this is basically just the previous approval was for vertical cedar. And I think it was a V groove. And the owner, just for detail wise and longevity, would prefer to go to battens. So it's really just a matter of adding the battens.
Okay, that's what this is all about.
No
right?
changes in color.
Nope.
What is the color?
I believe it's
I
natural.
hope to God it's natural.
Yeah, it's natural. It's, if not, it's gonna be.
I think black would be very modern.
Yeah. This is, I never go into this area, do you?
Pardon me?
I didn't know.
It's got the dill pickle or
Yeah.
something.
Oh, yeah, of course. Right. Yeah, yes, I do know where it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
Abby's fine with it. Stephen.
I'm, after Diane speaks, I'm ready to make a motion to approve.
Okay, Diane, come, no, John.
No,
you don't get
after
to
John
talk.
comments
I'm
on the
kidding. No,
door.
I'll get to you. Diane,
Yes. I'm fine with it. I just was saying that it's the corner where the Thai house is. That's
that's right. Okay, but
It's
you're
a-
fine with just changing it from batten board to, or I said.
yeah,
V groove.
right.
To batten board. Okay, thank you, Diane. John, all they're doing here, the only thing that they're doing is it was approved as natural V groove. And he's going, I believe that's a rule, and they're going with board and batten. Natural.
Well, that was approved.
Oh, yeah.
You approved it.
Yeah,
We'll
no,
pull the minutes tomorrow.
I was sick that night. I know I was sick that night. So are you okay with that change though? The change to board and batten? Okay, well, let's put it to a vote, see where we are. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you see is just crap. Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, so the motion on the table to approve is submitted. That approval is limited to the change from V groove to board and batten, just to be clear.
Right.
On Stephen's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Diane. John. On the motion. Okay. Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So the motion carries. Okay, let's get we'll do one more here. Coach,
So fast.
yeah, that was good.
This one should be
Satire. I didn't
fairly
realize
easy.
it. Had a crazy weekend.
So I can
Yeah,
give you a
go.
brief summary. So this is is an existing house that you approved in addition to previously. And so we're just coming back for some minor changes. The owners wanted to extend the gable end. Actually, I can start on the sheet if you like. So the north elevation, the previous HCC approval is in the bottom left-hand corner. It was a simple 6-panel door. They asked if we could actually add some glass into it to get some light in there. So we made a 9 light with some 2 side lights. But the panels, the side lights don't go all the way to the ground. On the west elevation, we omitted a window and the side bump out, changed some second floor windows because it's a bathroom. And you can see actually on the right side of the west elevation, that is the portion of the previously approved gable that they wanted to just extend by, I think, about like 3 feet. So that part just got longer. And I think that's the extent of the changes.
Matt, Jesse's left, so. Mary, if you can say that.
Sure.
Okay.
And that entrance is kind of facing away from the road. Not that it's a problem, but. Yeah, that's helpful. Kind of behind the garage.
So I can go. What's with the goofy windows on second floor on the west elevation?
Well, they wanted to actually get rid of them completely, but I just thought it would look odd with no windows, and they both fall in a bathroom. And so the suggestion was to go with just the transom windows. We could make them 6 lights if you felt like they would be better.
I think a little bit bigger would be better.
I could just make them a 6 light.
Like Betty bought some butter to make her batter better.
Yeah, bigger.
I kind of miss the window that you omitted, but I mean, you can put a trellis with some roses there. That's all I've got.
Okay, thanks. Carrie.
I agree with Abby, but I also think that elevation won't really be seen too much, but I do
Yeah.
think it
God will see it. Thank you, Carrie. Diane, where are you?
She's muted. You're muted, Diane.
There we go. Sorry. The 2 windows up, the little windows up in the bottom. I'm not averse to regular windows in the bathroom, I guess, because I've had houses that had them, and so I was wondering whether a single window up there that was a smaller 6/6 would be better than those 2.
There's a.
I don't know that you can do that, but I think that would fit in and look well on that gable. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Carrie had made a proposal earlier, or maybe it was Abby, to go, instead of 3 lights wide, to go to 6, like it was the top part of the double hung sash down below. John, what do you want this?
There's 2 small windows, they each go to a bathroom.
They do. Well, we want to make them a little bit bigger.
It's our business right now.
Yes, more than those 2. Yeah.
We just want to do it.
Those 2 there.
Okay. All right, so, let's see. I think I got everybody. does somebody want to make a motion on this?
Motion to approve making the 3 windows
Two-
6
Two
with
windows.
2 yeah, so the 2 windows on the, what elevation is it?
West elevation.
West elevation, 3/3 double hung, 6 light. Okay. Do you want it? Is that okay?
Yeah, totally fine.
Okay, 6 light.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. So that's the motion. Let's see on the motion, Carrie.
I.
Oh, what? Hang on. Yeah, so we're gonna make those windows bigger for you. So that was the motion. Are you good with the motion, John? Okay, thank you, Diane. Diane?
She's muted.
I don't want the dog to bark, so the, that's okay.
Okay, so you're good with the motion.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks, Diane. Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
No, and I'm in favor. I gotta tell you about this.
Thank
Okay.
you very much.
All right.
Have a good night.
Matthew. Night, night. It's
Thanks,
so
Matt.
Dramatic sort of.
That's really good.
It's, what's she gonna say? What's she gonna say?
No, we were fine. You can see your hair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We didn't get to him, but he waited the
Oh,
whole time.
Ethan, Ethan.
I'm sorry.
Oh, whatever it was you came in for, just, you're just approved whatever you were waiting.
Yeah,
for.
that's true. Yeah.
Okay, so thanks, everybody. Thanks. We got,
Thank you, everybody.
yeah, thank you, John. All right, we did all right. We did all right. Yeah, well.
So moved.
What's that? Well, I was gonna ask if there was anything we needed to take care of.
On Thursday.
You want to take care of the minutes or hold those off?
What do you think, guys?
I think we only have 2 sets of minutes, don't we?
Say hi to Lisa.
So can we approve the minutes of July 6th, 8th, and 13th?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you. Abby beat you to it, Diane, but on Abby's motion.
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie?
I.
Thank you. John? John says aye. Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
Oh,
Making fun of myself now.
and the chair is in favor. That motion carries. Okay, so, hey, wait, we have to move to adjourn.
Make a motion. I made a motion to
That was
adjourn.
for the minutes. Yeah, okay, so Abby's
Oh,
made a
the-
motion to adjourn. Diane on the motion.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Carrie.
Ah.
To adjourn. You want us to keep going? Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't change it.
No, let's see. Abby beat you to it this time. Are you good with that?
No, Carrie said it.
Oh, Carrie, we made a motion. Okay, so on Carrie's motion, you're good? Okay,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
all right. And Diane, you're still with us? I think the motion.
James, thank you.
Yeah, thanks a bunch.
Enjoy.
All right, guys, thank you.